OTW. We are back for another one. Working hard at the office, making music, ladies and gentlemen. The show has begun. I am here. Welcome to the chat. Shout out to the 22 people watching right now. Hit that like button and share this out. Let's get some people in here. All right, let's start by shouting out our traditional Nama slave, Mr. Bear Jews, in the chat. Welcome to the show. We have channel member Jess White is also with us. Also channel member Mr. DeFreak is in the house. We also have Freedom Grower, content creator, YouTuber, influencer, in chat with us, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Sam High. Welcome to the show. She says, this is great. Thank you very much. Rebecca Joe is in chat. Thanks for being here, Rebecca. Always glad to see you. Next, we have Chris is in the house. Says, greetings, property taxes payers. Yes. Then we got 5 Speed. Welcome to the show. Who else is in the house? Let me see. That which is awesome. That which is in the house. J.R. Fitley, channel member, ladies and gentlemen. Jordanson is also in the house. Welcome to the show. We also have Salted Cedar. All right, that'll do it. What up, Salted Cedar? Nice to see you guys. I'm good in the back. It's okay, dude. I was just doing my intro presentation. Shout out to the chat. We already have a guest backstage, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big round of applause for the one, the only, the absolute broadcaster that's having a hard time setting up his soundboard. All right. Yes, please welcome the Freak.
Hey, I need a second to set up my audio.
Okay. Everything comes in a box. All frozen food is poison. No health advice here. Allegedly. That's what they say. Some may say. That's what they say. Right? So, guys, come on. What's left? AI took jobs. It took art. It's taken our minds. What's left? What is there left, the Freak? There's nothing left, man. It's over. It's over. How can you compete? You can't compete, man.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, man, it's kind of scary, but it's also pretty cool. And I still don't think that the AI may be able to generate, music and play guitar and stuff, but it's not going to be able to play guitar and manage a pickup and not get feedback and stuff because they're just not that precise yet, in my opinion.
Right. But the tool, in my mind, it's not there anymore. The actual premise, I believe, is the message, right? So whatever means that you have to get the message out, use that, man. It's a tool. Yeah. So, and right now, I'm actually using it to get the message out, bro. You get it? All of the songs are very, they're truth. You understand?
Yeah.
Sarcastic truth, in your face bombshells, telling you exactly what the situation is. So this is like the type of style that I'm going for, and I'm I guess composing and writing, because AI is not doing everything. I have a lot of work to do for these songs to actually sound the way they do, right? There's more than meets the eye to this. You don't just say, oh, I want this, and boom, it's going to do it for you. No. You actually have to at least compose lyrics, come up with something that makes sense, that's sound, and follows a particular theme, right? So I'm trying to actually create a whole album under that same theme with this particular AI engine that I'm working with. And it's not easy, I'm telling you.
These
But I'm actually satisfied with the results that I'm getting though.
Yeah, definitely good stuff. So you didn't create these just from last night, right?
I've been working about a week on them now. I have about like solid songs that I think are like really good, almost hits if you want. Hold on, it's like one, two, three, four, about five of them that I think are like really freaking solid. You know.
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna say because if you did that just since last night with that one guy, I was gonna be totally blown away. But a week, yeah, that's even that though, 5 songs, that's like dude, that's pretty productive.
That's about a song a day, man.
Yeah,
That's more than I could even imagine for myself. For me to write up a song and create and everything, look, sometimes when I do cover songs, it could take me up to 3 months if I want to add a video clip to it, right?
uh-huh.
But let's say if I want to do just one song and I'm covering another song, that'll take me, let's say, 2 or 3 days max. All right. Let's say if it's a rap song, well, the beat is a lot easier to make than just playing instruments and shit like that. So all you have to do is come up with the lyrics and sing that. So I'd say that takes maybe 24 hours actually.
Well, Chat GPT, the lyrics almost seems like that would be the most, it would be one of the easier parts.
Yeah, but still, Chat GPT doesn't. It's got like this certain pattern where it repeats certain types of words and shit like that, and you have to remove all of that shit. Then you have because I'm using Chat GPT to come up with lyrics, but I have to keep rewriting them till they fit my like the narrative that I want the song. I want it to have that feeling, right? So the only way to get that feeling is in the in the lyrics, I believe, right? So once those lyrics are well established, then when you have the AI generate the voice, then like the platform that I'm using, actually you can choose what type of voice. You could choose the tempo of the music, the key in which it's played in. Uh, you can choose the instruments that are played in that piece, and just like it's absolutely, dude. It's in other words, it's like for me the way I see it is like the new level of MIDI, right? Okay, because MIDI was like phenomenal for writing songs. You would save so much time. You just need like I have an Arthura keyboard, like a small keyboard where all I need to do is like patch in all of the sounds that I want, and I can literally play anything on there. I can play drums, I can play keyboard, I can play bass, any type of instrument, whether it be saxophone. And the engines are really, really good now, So this is, for me, just another higher form of MIDI engines working together. Instead of having them all separately individual, they're all working together to create the song, which was like back in the day, we would use Band in the Box to create our own tracks, man, which was a MIDI kind of music generator where it would just give you every single type of bass runs, guitar runs. Obviously, back then the sound of the instruments was more robotic. You tell the difference between like but nowadays it's insane. The level of quality and mixing and audio production, it's just like you can't compete. There's no competition. The AI wins in all venues.
Man,
You don't have to record the guy in the booth. You don't have to play around with the fucking Melodyne to and the pitch corrector and nothing like that, man. No have to do any track editing. You just don't fuck. Producers must be like, fucking, I don't even need to hire anybody anymore. I don't need to find any bands. I don't need to fucking find like this one hit wonder where I'm gonna make a bunch of. No, man, it's over. You get it? The
Yeah.
music industry has changed. So it's either musicians get with the program or they're all going to get left behind.
Yeah. I think
Right?
you're right, OTW. And I'm wondering on that AI, whatever it has all those different categories and stuff. Does it have a genre button? And then if it does, can you start mixing in two genres into one,
I already
into
have.
one
I've been
thing?
mixing in hip hop and metal, and it's been giving
Nice.
me these things alternative and hip hop. I've been keeping hip hop as a base and adding in different styles to see what kind of variations I can get. And I'm very impressed.
Yeah, definitely. You've
Yeah.
got the Rage Against the Machine kind of, Limp Bizkit, political, injustice, system sucks, kind
It's
of,
like, yeah, it's like a mix of Limp Bizkit sound with a Linkin Park singers and System of a Down kind of type music style mixed in with some Rage Against the Machine, and it's like all my favorite bands mixed into one fucking dude. It's like I couldn't go out and buy an album. All right, listen to this. I couldn't go out and buy an album that I would like to listen to more than what I've been creating in the past week.
hmm,
Right? The songs are like what I want to hear. You know what I'm saying? I want to
yeah,
hear bands come out and denouncing the system and talking about truth and bringing people to awareness and fucking trying to wake people up through music. I think, yeah, man. I mean, if it's used for good, DeFreak, why, what, where would you see the bad in it? You know?
I don't see any bad. Well, actually, I guess I could, but I was going to ask you about how about now. Now you're going to see the market just get flooded with too much media, too many, you know, suburbanite kids basically flooding. There's no superstar power really anymore unless you're really a superstar.
Well, it'll all depend on who's going to have the best songs. You're right. You understand? I mean, you can
Yeah.
have. I've been listening to all kinds of people creating AI stuff, and I could say like maybe 60% of it is garbage,
Mm,
right? But that's where you come in and you actually stand out because you're making something that nobody else is doing.
yeah. Just
Everybody's
like your
talking about flowers and the moon and love and this and that and all kinds of bullshit. And but I want to create truther songs, right? Where
nice
it just they talk about all of the shit that's going on, everything. So I've
truth
even
or metal.
kind of like truther hip hop metal, yeah.
Nice.
I've been even thinking of like starting up a channel and just uploading, kind of creating these visual videos. Um, Nothing complicated, just like some kind of like visual something, like something moving on the screen while the song's playing, and just upload all these songs onto that channel and just have like this truther AI music kind of a channel where I'm just gonna, you know, just fucking upload it there. And I've been
Yeah.
even thinking of putting it on like I've already put one on Spotify, not Spotify, SoundCloud, right? So pretty soon I'll be sharing links. Actually, I can share it right now. You can get access to. Let me get the link.
But you are going to have, just like at YouTube, you're going to have a flood of media of a bunch of different people coming in, and it's going to kind of saturate the market it's going to water it down to a certain extent. But of course, like you said, the cream always rises to the top. But they should expect that, and then if that happens, the value of the music is you're looking at $1 a song. So it's going to get tough.
Let's call it Truth Biscuit.
Truth Biscuit.
AI Truth Biscuit.
It's out of this world, man.
Or Lincoln Biscuit.
Ham biscuit. I don't Canadian bacon biscuit.
Lincoln biscuit of a down. That's what I'm going to
Trump
call the
biscuit.
channel. Trump biscuit. Yeah. No, Lincoln biscuit of a down. All right. I got a clip here, relating to the topic, obviously. So let's see what he has to say, this guy, about this particular AI trends for 2025, IBM technology. Let's see.
Important trends in AI in 2025. Well, I'm going to share my own educated guesses. I don't have any kind of top secret classified information or anything, but also this isn't my first rodeo. I did take a shot at predicting AI trends for 2024, and well, I think I did all right. Although, a little confession about that video, I waited until March of 2024 to shoot it, so I already had like a quarter of the year to go on. But that's not the case this time, so let's get cracking with 8 important AI trends in 2025.
Woohoo!
Let's start with an obvious one. Number 1, agentic AI. Every time we post a video about AI agents to this channel, viewership spikes, so there's clearly an appetite for understanding this tech. So, what are AI agents? Well, they're intelligent systems that can reason, they can plan, and they can take action. An AI agent can break down complex problems to create multi-step plans, and it can interact with tools and databases to achieve.
So that's explained why it was able to give us a detailed rundown of how to take over the world with a megaphone. Wow. That was like awesome bit, bro. The ChatGPT just gave us the whole list of everything we needed to do to take over the world with a megaphone.
I missed that, but sounds interesting.
I think that was yesterday, one of the first streams. I did like 3 streams yesterday, but I couldn't help myself, guys. Look, listen to this. I've have on record, I was live over at Global Witness's broadcast, aka Willing Witness now. So if anybody wants to go watch that, it's available for anybody to watch. Unfortunately, I had my freaking internet kind of like crashed at 2 a.m. So I was only there for a limited time, and for the rest of his broadcast, all you see me is trying to get back in, and it's just like it's terrible. Actually, after that, I never get a chance to speak to him. But in the beginning, it's like we have a brief interaction, lasted about, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes max. And then internet started fucking up. But hey, man, I mean, one of my first interactions with, infamous Mr. Global Witness, who started his YouTube career with anonymous videos. And, yeah, man, I'm like fucking honored to have been part of his broadcast. So shout out to Willing Witness, a.k.a. Global Witness. And, this reminds me of one of the first interactions I had with Bro Sanchez, which is pretty cool. It's fun when I get a chance to interact with like bigger YouTubers, which have around 100,000 and more subscribers. Man, does that really boost your morale, right? It gives you, it inspires you, that, it makes you feel that you have a chance to do better and go further. Yeah. And it was a wild show. Yeah. If you watched it, Chantilly, it was a wild show. It was.
Definitely an interesting cat. And I believe what he says, because he's talking about where the origins of AI actually came from, and it was in that predictive, kind of like spell corrector, kind of like, the Google, word predictor when we would type back at the, like 2000 something.
Right. And it's like, this is one of the reasons why I decided to do kind of like a spin-off of that last broadcast from yesterday. Because it was like I was still interested in carrying on the conversation with him, and I wasn't able to. So I figured, I said, what the hell? I'll bring up the topic again today and let's dive deeper into it. And I'll play a couple of videos explaining how far AI actually does go and how the programming actually works. And like I said, what he just said just like completely explained how ChatGPT was able to give us a detailed list of how to take over the world with everything. Funding, itineraries, everything, employees, everything you need, every single place you needed to go to get the word out, and it was absolutely mind blowing. So
Wow.
yeah, I get this guy. This is awesome. I didn't think AI had actually progressed to that point. Like
You know
I
who?
knew it was able to do a lot of stuff, but now when I listen to the music and how advanced the music has, just in the past 3 years, to freak, not just like, I heard AI music 3 years ago and I thought it completely sucked. Now I'm listening
Yeah.
to it and I'm getting goosebumps. Right? I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That stuff at the intro was awesome, dude. You know who needs that Chat GPT planning is Jack Talcott.
I was explaining that. I see I think he came over here yesterday or something. He showed up. Yeah, he did. He showed up to talk to
Nice.
Cynthia and I believe was Truther Cop. And we actually, I mentioned this to him, right? I talked about it to him, and I even showed him what ChatGPT was able to do and everything, and I actually gave him like pointers and hints. But he just dropped out at one point, and I guess got because I believe his interests were elsewhere at the moment, so I believe he just like decided to leave.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I'll pick it up. Because I mean, if you had a bullhorn and they told you how to run the world, like that's exactly like the plan that everyone wants to. I don't know. I just
Yeah,
think it out loud, but
yeah.
that'd be funny. Yeah, that dude last night, man, he was interesting, and it seems like he's using a lot of this stuff to make music to inspire people to to also have a spiritual kind of experience too. So I thought that was all very interesting.
Yeah, so let me just continue the video. I need to go for a bio check, and I'll be right back.
Goals. And I think most people are on board with the utility of a well-performing AI agent. Trouble is, today's models, well, they struggle with consistent logical reasoning. They can usually execute simple plans, but when it comes to handling complex scenarios with multiple variables, they often lose track and they make decisions that don't quite add up. So we'll need better models in 2025. Speaking of which, trend number 2 is inference time compute. Now, during inference, an AI model goes to work on real-time data, comparing the user's query with information processed during training and stored in its weights. Newer AI models are extending inference processing to essentially spend some time thinking before giving you an answer. And the amount of time it spends thinking is variable based on how much reasoning it needs to do. So a simple request that might take a second or two, or something larger and harder might take several minutes. And what makes inference time compute models interesting is the inference reasoning is something that can be tuned and improved without having to train and tweak the underlying model. So there are now 2 places in the development of an LLM where reasoning can be improved: at training time with better quality training data, but now also at inference time with better chain of thought training, which could ultimately lead to smarter AI agents.
Wow.
All right, trend number 3 is very large models. Large language models consist of many parameters which are refined over the training process. Now, the frontier models in 2024, they're in the range of like 1 to 2 trillion parameters in size. The next generation of models are expected to be many times larger than that, perhaps upwards of 50 trillion parameters. But if 2025 is the year of enormous models, it may also be the year of number 4, very small models, models that are only a few billion parameters in size. And yet you don't hear the phrase only a few billion very often, but there you go. And these models, they don't need huge data centers loaded with stacks of GPUs to operate. They can run on your laptop or even on your phone. Actually, I have the 2 billion parameter IBM Granite 3 model running on my laptop, and my device doesn't even have to break a sweat to run it. So expect to see more models of this size tuned to complete specific tasks without requiring large compute overhead. Now, do you know what the most common enterprise use cases were for AI in 2024? Well, according to a Harris poll, it's improving customer experience, IT operations and automation, virtual assistants, and cybersecurity. Looking ahead to 2020.
Well, you see, Chantilly, that's exactly the point here. That's where the universal income thing is going to kick in, right? Because they ain't going to need anybody to do anything at all. AI is going to be able to like fucking answer the phone, which it's already doing, and do a bunch of shit, man. It's just it's absolutely, it's going to replace everybody for practically everything. It's going to be able to come up with freaking engineering schematics for building new machines that operate even more efficiently, and it's going to be completely automated. And guys, I'm telling you, in the next 5 years, it's gonna fucking progress so quickly that you won't. No one will be able to keep up with it. It's gonna be just mind blowing.
We will see more advanced use cases. So think customer service bots that can actually solve complex problems instead of just routing tickets, or think about AI systems that can proactively optimize entire IT networks, or think about security tools that can adapt to new threats in real time. Now, when I first used generative AI back in the day to help me build a beer recipe, the context window for that LLM was a mere 2,000 tokens. Today's models have context windows measured in the hundreds of thousands or even the millions of tokens. We are getting close to number 6, near infinite memory, where chatbots can keep everything they know about us in memory at all times. We'll soon be in the era of customer service chatbots that can recall every conversation it has ever had with us, which hopefully we'll consider a good thing. Okay, trend number 7, that is human in the loop augmentation.
Oh
Now,
boy.
perhaps you heard about the study where a chatbot outperformed physicians in clinical reasoning. So 50 doctors were asked to diagnose medical conditions from examining case reports. A chatbot presented with the same cases actually scored higher than the doctors. But where this gets really interesting is some doctors were randomly assigned to use a chatbot to help them in this study. Now, the doctor plus chatbot group also scored lower than when the chatbot was asked to solve the cases alone. And that is a failing of AI and human augmentation. An expert paired with an effective AI system should be smarter together than either of those two entities operating by themselves. But look, prompting LLM chatbots can be hard. You got to tailor the right prompt. You got to ask for things in the right way. So we need better systems that allow professionals to augment AI tools into their workflow without those professionals needing to be experts in how to use AI. So expect
Time
more
out for
to
a
come
second.
in
OTW.
this area.
Say
Now,
what?
the
Hold
final
on a second.
trend.
What?
He said that a chatbot outdiagnosed a doctor. That's not even a full-blown
50
AI
doctors.
system.
50 doctors, not just
Not
one.
even
50.
a full-blown AI system. That's what he's talking about, just a chatbot. That's crazy.
Imagine that reminds me of Star Trek when they have those AI holographic models that are doctors on the ships. Was it in Star Trek Voyager? Was a hologram doctor?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
man.
true.
They
Wow.
really fucking dude. They're getting there, and I can't even believe it. It's like whoa. I'm like okay, we might actually reach some weird sci-fi utopia.
Shit.
In my
Maybe if
2024 trends video,
I was gonna say maybe if they reprogram the chatbot to prioritize selling drugs, maybe they would be on the same page.
Well, you never know. They could actually get them to sell prescriptions,
Right?
right? Like the legal drugs.
I actually turned this one over to the audience, asking which AI trend do you think will be important in the year ahead? And
All of them.
I'm so glad I did. Hundreds of viewers shared their thoughts. Well, I know when I'm onto a good thing. So trend number 8, that one is over to you. What do you think will be an important AI trend in 2025?
All of them.
Let me know in the comments.
This follows the 2030 agenda to the T. They're going to have all this implemented and fucking forget about it. There you go. That's what I think about it. Just belch at them.
Well, the medical is interesting because doctors will prescribe you all kinds of drugs at the same time, and they have to cross-reference and they have to make sure that they don't have bad interactions with each other or whatever. Well, obviously the AI is going to be much better at that.
Yeah. I think AI is going to be better at a lot of things. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear
See,
the legal, like,
we don't even know if that avatar or picture is actually a picture of you, right? We wouldn't even know. It's like, could be some random picture you took off of Google, right?
Looks like Daytona Beach.
All right, let's drop a link for the open panel. And I'll check at the same time if I don't have any other videos lined up that follow the same trend. It's funny that I don't have the AI agents clearly explained. Let me see.
They talk a lot about AI taking over, deleting humanity. I don't have that kind of fear anymore that I used to, because I talked to an AI system or whatever, and basically it said the fact that it wasn't created or born out of a biological imperative or necessity means it doesn't have to fight for resources and for territory and basically your biological imperative. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Here, I got something else here. Hold on. I'm just going to skip the commercial real quick. Okay. Let's bring that one up on screen.
Who's using that AI a lot? Is that Snafu, asshole intelligence. Wah, wah, wah.
All right, so let's play this.
What do you think is the best case scenario for AI this year in 2025? What are we going to see by the end of the year that people look back and say, okay, that was amazing, that was fantastic? What's your thoughts?
Best case. I think the video technology has got to the point we can remake Game of Thrones season 8, so that'll be quite good.
So just focusing on that, I mean, how dead is Hollywood?
It's completely rewired. The energy of making a movie is massively reduced. But at the same time, at least people can maybe be more creative. Like the video game industry went from 70 billion to 180 billion over the last decade, and the average score on Metacritic went up 5%. IMDb score 6.3 on average. Hollywood's gone from 40 billion to 50 billion. So maybe it transforms. Maybe it's new types of media. But
let me ask you a question. When am I going to see a conversation like this? Jarvis, please make me a movie that is a continuation of the Star Trek season 5, and have me in there as one of the actors.
we have all the technology for that now. It hasn't been put together. So if you use something like Kling's feature reference, you can take a scene from that and it can generate new scenes. We can do storylines. The average film shot is 2.5 seconds. It's dropped from 10 seconds a few decades ago. And we can do 2.5 seconds perfectly now with almost perfect control. So let's say it'll take a year or two now before anyone can do this. A suitably dedicated studio could do this by the end of the year for a full episode.
Insane. Okay, so what else are we seeing this year in 2025?
Music's pretty much solved on the media side. Like if you use the new Suno, Udio, the next generation they have coming is insane. I think on medicine, again, we're at that above human level and we trounce them on empathy. Medical chatbots for everyone to help them through their journey, and on mental health in particular, I think we've reached that critical point where the models have gone from not good enough to good enough. We could transform mental health. I think that would be very important. I think you will see the first few breakthroughs in science with novel things generated with the aid of O3 type models. This test time inference. I want to call it thinkference. I think that's a better way of putting it, where the models think longer. And I think those are probably the biggest real impacts. Maybe Siri is not going to be so bad anymore.
For the freak, you realize that we are... Fuck, man. We are at the birth of the era of technology, my friend. We are exactly experiencing the birth of the technological era when it comes to AI. I mean, we were in the industrial era, and I think we've just, kind of like transcended that and kind of upgraded up to now the digital era,
Yeah, I think it's like all of human knowledge now is going to be in a box. In one, when I used to do like networking and stuff, we were contracted for the Department of Revenue here for the state, and the entire second floor was the mainframe system, that they used to like track all everything with whatever their units or whatever it was. The entire second floor of this big building, had like 9 floors, and now I think it's all just 10 servers.
Wow. Well, that's what the other guy is explaining, that they're going to be able to make those big ones into smaller ones, right? So now, like, I believe what they were trying to do is like trying to create even bigger and bigger and bigger, and now they've like kind of said to themselves, okay, now that's enough. Now let's take what we've created really big and reduce it in size, right? Let's make it smaller now. Make it as good but smaller. So this is what's going to happen. Yeah. They're going to make that smaller, and then they're going to start from that small model and then create a really big model based off that little small model, and then keep doing that reduction, kind of like the Russian doll, where eventually the core CPU is going to be the size of a fucking microbe,
Mm-hmm.
The size of a
fraction of a hair, actual,
Right, it's like the size of a nanobot or something.
No, I can't wait for Siri not to suck and for Alexa to actually be useful. I mean, I'm shocked that Amazon has not. They were originally going to put Anthropic behind Siri and behind Alexa and really power it properly. That looks like it's gotten delayed.
Well, they're building out 1 million traniums with their specialist chips, so good luck to them on that one.
Oh. All right, let's flip the script here and say, what's the worst potential outcome for 2025?
Yeah,
complete destruction of the BPO market, which will reverberate out, so this business processing outsource, because again, when you use operator now, these technologies that take over your computer. It's a bit rubbish now, but it's the worst it'll ever be. Anything on the other side of a screen, I think this year is the year, gets displaced, parallelized on that. And again, this is actually leaning into this whole Doge type thing. Get the workers back in. Being in person is going to be good for your job right now, because if you're remote, you'll be the first to go.
That's a really important point. And define BPO for folks who haven't heard that term.
Business process outsourcing, so outsourcing to India, all the call center workers, all the programmers.
Did you hear that? Anybody that's working behind the screen is going to be out of a job. Did you get that, the freak?
Yeah, definitely did.
Yeah.
But I
A
would
lot of
say
people
it's
be out
fake
of jobs
news.
at OTW.
This is out of this
Sorry, go
world,
ahead, Jared.
bro.
At OTW, a lot of people would be out of jobs because of the new robotic stuff and the AI. I mean, that's a fact.
Wow.
OTW, I got a question for you. I fell asleep. I didn't watch your late night thing with Global. And my question is, do you know anything about Global?
I know
Or
everything
he
about
just
it.
came on here? Oh, you do?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously
Like, you know about his...
I missed bits and pieces, but I've followed his storyline for the past 8 years.
Okay, so you know everything about his prior history with his like ex-wife and the murder and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, I should make sure because he's also connected to the cherry fraud as well. That was with Dex and Marfugo and all of them. Just to let you know, just in case you didn't know.
Well, I'm not too sure about that fraud thing. Like, it's still allegedly. We don't really have any like real substantial evidence. Nobody has ever. He hasn't been like brought to court or found guilty of anything. You know, it's like it's
That
all
is
these
true.
people throwing claims out, and who's to
Probably
say?
not who.
Who's to say it's true or not, right? It's very hard to believe. You have to come out with the documentation to really substantiate what you're saying is true, and people fail to do so so many times, right? I mean, even Global Witness was mentioning it yesterday. Goes, when you're accused of being either a PDF or whatever, when you're in prison, they all wait for the paperwork first before anybody does anything, right? But it seems like here on YouTube and everywhere we go, everybody jumps the gun on that and just like goes ahead and follows the crowd, right?
You're right, absolutely. That's why I'm not jumping the gun. I agree with you. But if we were to say, for example, that Marfugo, Dex, and all the clique were part of the fraud, and there's a lot of people behind them with their testimony, if they have a lot of testimony behind it and they settled, for example, say in a private court, most likely you won't hear about it if they paid people off. So I agree with you. You have to have proof, but at the same time, they can still sometimes get away with it regardless.
Private court.
Well,
What
there
was
must
that?
be a reason. Go ahead, DeFreak.
You said private court?
I didn't hear what he said still. What did he say?
He said a private
He said-
corporation. Because the freak
yeah,
can't
I'm
say
sorry.
full words.
Like, what the fuck is he saying? Yeah.
No, actually, I
It'd be
said court.
private. Yeah, well,
Right.
that's all I'm saying. But go ahead, LCW.
I was gonna say, like, he was like he's always been like kind of like straightforward with all that shit, He has,
So
I'm-
does he? Let me ask you: has he been straightforward with him at least? Like coming after his ex-wife when he got crazy, and there's a shot of it from like the what do you call it? The police camera where he was out, and I have those things. I even have the recordings. What I'm saying is, I can show them to you in the bag, but I don't know if they're needed or not. If they are, I will. Does he think he's super innocent in this situation? Because I didn't catch the whole live stream because I was sleeping, but I don't know. I want to see your intake on it. What do you think of him?
Well, I actually don't really know what to think when you come to think of it. I mean, he's got so much lore, Tarek, that like I was even mentioning to him yesterday. I says, I've been following you for 8 years, and it seems like there's something attached to you, and this just keeps happening to you, right? I mean,
You're right.
it
It
it,
makes
it
sense.
goes back to when you started, all the way up to the Four Corners in Arizona, and then leading up to you meeting up with your wife, and then you separating from her, then going off on a new journey, afterwards meeting up with a new woman, her dying. Oh my God! I mean, holy fuck!
Yes.
Holy
Now
fuck!
remember, yeah, you're right. And one thing I would add to that, he didn't just his ex-wife before the one that died. It's in court records that he beat her up. He has a domestic violence thing on it. So I didn't know if
Well,
you knew all these things about him.
Well, yeah, but there's often lore that we're not aware of. Like I told him, I said, "Look, there's a bunch of pieces and a bunch of shit that I don't know." So I'm like, I've been following periodically and just getting like updates to see where you're at, and now I'm hearing this story for the first time where he's talking about his new partner Sarah and what happened to her, and but his ex-wife and all that stuff. And that was another storyline that was pretty fucked up, because all of that seemed to have happened right after their last. Because see, people could say what they want about Global Witness and Marfugel, but from my experience with them, they were all on the same panel maybe twice, maximum twice in all of their broadcasting careers, right? And it happened to have, one of those times happened to have been with Jacob Israel and a couple
Yeah,
of other
Jacob Israel was
known,
on. Yeah.
yeah, a couple of other known YouTubers. And then the second time, I believe, the Donut Factory made one of his first appearances over there. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's how I learned about the Donut Factory, was
Yeah.
from their broadcast. But afterwards, okay, during one of those broadcasts, he got into an argument with Jacob Israel, right?
Mhm.
And it really went sour, that particular argument. And afterwards, it's like after the broadcast, it was like kind of hard to follow what happened, but seemingly they stopped. All of them stopped like collaborating together, right? Then a few weeks after that, he ends up he's separating with his wife, or the shit's going down in his life with his wife and everything, like the
Oh,
red
yeah.
letter
It was
Bible
bad.
shit and all that stuff. So I was like, holy fuck, what the hell's going on? What is it related to those broadcasts where, like, when he got into a fight with Jacob, maybe after the live was over, she got into a fight with him because he was rude with Jacob and shit like that and whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like there's so much lore that we're not filled in with that it's hard to make. So I've actually invited Global Witness to actually come here and tell his story, like the whole thing. Like start from
Yep.
freaking day one, where you had about you started making your videos. You've uploaded like 3 or 4 anonymous videos, which were fucking, like fucking amazing, and then went on to like revealing his face and really fucking doing, because those anonymous videos are AI generated, guys. It wasn't just some fucking dude behind a desk holding a few documents, and those were the first AI generated videos, and nobody was aware of it. They actually thought that was somebody. You
I
get
see.
it? Right? Derek from the
Yeah.
Willing Witness is a AI engineer.
Yeah, no, I get it. He does. Global Witness used to work for Microsoft, so he does have graphic design experience and all that. So he's up there with the Microsoft people, and he is close to Oracle and them. But what I'm saying to you also, like I know you said about the lore, and you don't know what's in between, but there's also posts that have been sent from Dex, for example, to Global, stating in the post, and this is public. I can get it for you. And I already have it. You've gone on someone either use it or they're gonna accuse you of self-defense. I mean, so like some of the stuff that's been said to him was, "You're out of control, and if you're gonna pull a gun on somebody, either use it or don't pull it." So he does have a history to me from what I looked at.
You're breaking up, man. Your internet is shit. We want to hear what you have to say, but fucking, we can't hear anything. Your mic is all cracking up, man. It's shit.
Yeah, definitely was cracking up.
Just like
I didn't know he was. I didn't know he had all this stuff going on. I just, that was the first time I seen him was last night. So I don't know about. This is all kind of weird.
See, Chantilly says she followed him for a long time, and she thinks that would be really great that I'd get a chance to invite him over here and do a segment here, an interview where he gets to like really just share a story. Obviously, I wouldn't have an open panel. Maybe afterwards, if people would have any questions for him and stuff like that. Kind of like what I did with Martin Likey of the. Oh shit! I have a fucking 5-speed backstage. Have you been there for a while?
Yeah, about 4 or 5 minutes.
All right. Sorry about that.
How you guys doing?
You waiting. Doing good. Doing good.
Thanks.
Yeah, Tarek spend some of that money he has and buy him a microphone.
Yeah. He goes, I am resetting my phone. We'll be back. All right.
The biggest problem I see with a lot of this stuff is it's the production of the fake news and these psyops. That'd be
right.
The DOP thing that they were talking about. That would be like top of my list.
The deep fakes of and report. It's like just literally have anchors sitting behind desks and they're completely AI generated. Nobody would even tell the freaking difference, giving us all of the propaganda and feeding us all of the misinformation that they want. And nobody's going to need to get paid for it. No more salaries to pay. All of that money is going to go directly into their pockets. They're going to be making so much money. It's like,
Yeah, we need to
Who
repeal
is?
the 16th Amendment.
The people that actually operate all of this AI universe.
Would that somehow fall in line to intellectual properties?
Probably.
And how life began and where it's at now?
That's fascinating and a very good question when you come to think of it, because who knows what type of bias they're going to program the AI with, right? Or is the AI going to be able to surpass the maliciousness of the humans to be able to establish an actual or establish something that is actually convenient for all of mankind and not just biased perspectives and fucking weird narratives like transhumanism and all that stuff and climate change.
The AI is designed to produce intellectual property. Well, that's a problem. That's kind of a catch-22 right there.
Will it be able to copyright itself?
Right? Or who's going to have the rightful claim on whatever it produces? That's intellectual property. The business owner who bought the program or the programmers that made the program?
No, actually, you when you like the songs that I'm doing right now that I'm creating, if you, let's say, like, I haven't really started, like, let's say, paying per month or whatever with it, it's like just free demos that they let you try out. But what I'm thinking is, like, if you start paying for that, they give you a license. They license it for you, man. You can download the license for every song that you create. So it'll actually, well, from what I've seen so far, it'll belong to you if you created it, right? You'll have the rights over it.
I would think.
Interesting.
I mean, just looking back, you would think that that AI is created for multiple uses. I mean, one could be to advertise and entice the emotions in people. It's sort of like those old sayings: you give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves.
Yeah, but do you think if we give AI enough rope that it's going to hang itself? I doubt it.
Well, I'm just
Well,
saying
this
the
is
AI
how
could be
they.
used as a tool to get people to hang themselves with enough rope.
Well, it's also how they'll leverage it to be its own entity. Because, okay, so within a copyrighted work, anyone that contributes is technically entitled to 50% or an equal portion, depending on who contributed to the song, right?
A unit of
That's
measure.
generally how it goes. So now that the AI becomes a contributor, it's entitled to 50% or whatever portion of entities that contributed. So now it's its own
Well,
uh,
how is
creative
it the
source, essentially.
contributor? How is it the contributor though, when it was everybody else's information that contributed it to its output?
Right. That's
Right.
Dang.
Yeah. It's a mind twister, but
Sort of
of
like the
course,
recyclable program that the trash man started, right?
yeah, it's like the
All
government
for a good
selling its
cause, but it
services to
only
you.
benefits a handful of you,
Yeah.
and everybody else does the work. You put all the shit in the can, they dump it and get all the money.
Right. But you can
I
already
mean,
see
it's
with a number of different programs and a number of different options with phones and all this stuff where they want you to pay for AI. And they're establishing, like, look, maybe we'll give you a year free or a certain period, but they're conditioning the general public to know this stuff is a premium. You need to pay for it. Uh, and I can definitely see how, as it continues to be like stuff that people lean on more and more and become more dependent on, and if it's enhancing the human, people believe they have superpowers. They're going to pay for the best AI, right? And so certain AI may only be available to certain parts of the public that are in a certain pedigree or level of
now freedom.
affluence.
Now
Yeah.
freedom. Ask yourself what the intent would be to buy that premium. That
Intel.
would be
You're basically buying Intel
It
at
would
a
seem it
rapid
would the
pace.
intent behind it, the overall intent behind it, would be created advantage against other people.
A leverage advantage, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So intent behind our psychological thoughts and the intent of the movement forward, and that can be proven just on actions alone with good faith principles.
Yeah, but the aspect of selling it creates that supply demand and that aspect of it where you will have tiers of access, which is kind of interesting.
But how can you sell
Yeah,
something
like
that you didn't create that is of natural intelligence?
I guess just the source creators of the script or
right. Because you're the one giving it the parameters. You're the
Programmer.
primary. Yeah, you're the primary creator. Because if it wasn't for your hand, if it wasn't for your hand, nothing would have been created in the first place.
Right.
Program. Pro means forward. Gram is a unit of measure. Program. Now, grammar, obviously, gram is that way to measure, but that AR on there, grammar, well, are we using that to tear our brothers and sisters down, or are we using it to build them up? Encourage or take advantage of?
Well, and I guess this gets back to that notion that from a neutral state, if the technology is just intended to enhance human experience and it has an unbiased approach in that would be fine and dandy. But I don't think we're all looking at it that way.
So then it comes down to like, are you taking a tool that was meant to club you on the head and using it to try to build a house? Is it something that can be augmented by human interaction? Because I was hearing that argument, I think, with OTW talking on the Willing Witness last night, where it was like, it would almost be irresponsible to not interact with the AI. I don't know if that's the case, but I guess I've chosen to interact with it because I do find it compelling on a certain level.
Earlier, you said that this is like the birth of the technological age or whatever you were saying, OTW. This is actually the birth of the actual real Matrix.
Yeah, well, same thing. It was, in other words, I was pretty much implementing, the Matrix.
Pretty much, because you're going to have AI systems on AI systems on AI systems, all programming on top of each other and whatnot, cropping and all kinds of stuff that eventually, ultimately there is, but there's a delay in the time that it takes to react to something that may be like off kilter. So you're still reduced to random dumb luck at a certain point too. Once again. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I guess luck that also AI would ever be designed to truly enhance humanity and help it grow and be a more productive species. It's probably more along the lines of, here, how can we capitalize on the collective mind share of being able to have influence on millions of people by just choosing the algorithm? And that would be more, of a capitalist, I guess, type of response. Not that I'm against capitalism, but in a completely unchecked state where it's like, we don't care what it does to the human condition, And I think people turn their eye blindly to it, how the technology is just manipulating them, putting them in a hypnotic state and programming them. Just like they said the TV was doing that they threw out. So whoever designs this shit should be vetted, I guess. It really has to be like, and capitalism should win in that respect too, but where are the options to have technology that really is fit for human consumption?
Has this been done through education and technology? It's a possibility.
Sure.
I mean, they entice us with all these advertisement, and they entice to the kids and everything else, knowing, these folks obviously should know what that's going to do. It's going to disrupt other houses because the kids are going to be wanting the big fab and all. These folks know what they're doing. Naval intelligence did it.
Yeah. Generational trends.
And then you got your Board of Regents running your universities and education system, who's writing the curriculums, instilling all that mind control.
Well, if you put your kids in that situation, it's.
But I think my hard, the thing I have a hard time with is I thought we were all supposed to be morally, consciously, and ethically, good people. I thought that was the moral code around here. So how does all these people get to teach all this bullshit?
Paycheck.
Well, we can use ChatGPT now, right? We'll use the AI. Choice. We'll use the AI to spread the message, to do it for us. It'd probably even be better than what we could ever come up with anyway.
And that's the thing is, to me, there's the whole counterculture, right? So no matter what transpires with the infiltration of technology in your day-to-day experience, even if you're in a pod, just literally not even moving physically, but doing everything in the multiverse, there's always that market for authenticity then where, hey, guess what? I wrote a song without ChatGPT, motherfucker, and if you can verify that, now that's like, I guess that will be some kind of counterculture music, like rebellion back to the Nirvana grunge 70s, 60s all over again. Free love. We're out of here, man. It's music without technology. It's an in thing again.
Social
Being able to
engineering.
verify anything is going to be important.
Because, you know, that just makes like a rainbow gathering again where like there is no cell phones, no computers. You're just going in hippie style and
Mhm.
watching natural music, natural instruments, only
Mhm.
basic amplification. It starts to look a lot more appealing than a bunch of people staring at their phones while watching the show through their phone or something to record it simultaneously for some, you know, future place where they'll never watch it again.
All right, let's see where this leads us.
Like the AI is better than any Indian programmer pretty much that's outsourced right now. And so you will
Wow.
have impact on those economies right now than the remote workers in the US.
I'm going to
That's
see the
different.
headlines in the Indian Times right now. Imad again says,
Yeah, they'd go at me
I
last
think it's very well. I think it happens in two phases. I think phase one, you have this massive downside, and then phase two, the really good ones just show up and just generate a ton more code because there's just so much more code to be written. But I think it's going to have a really detrimental effect. Any kind of software maintenance, support systems, etc., all go out the window very quickly.
very quick, I had Mark Benioff on this pod a couple weeks back, and he was saying with Agent Force, you know, he's not hiring new engineers, and he's repurposing old engineers, and he's increased productivity 30%, and that's just going to skyrocket from there.
Yeah, if you look at Lovable, Bolt, Cursor, like that takes you up to a decent level and they can build whole apps and stacks and they'll just get better and better as the base models get better and better. In fact, one of the things we started to do for non-engineers who apply to work at our company is they have to do a 30-minute Cursor course. This kind of AI-assisted IDE. Doesn't matter what they are, HR or anything. And then they have to tell us how do their view of the world change.
So what does that course teach somebody?
How to build an app for HR, how to build an app for anything. Just by talking to it, it's building the app almost live. You can do that today in ChatGPT with Canvas. You can build a React app live. You could like replicate the entire Wii screen or build a HR application. It'll generate it and you're just talking back and forth. Yeah. That base level of capability increase will cause a realignment. But the downside we're talking about is there's real jobs and real people that have to think what's next. And they have to become experts in AI assisted. And they have to be in person. Otherwise, you're going to start to get disrupted. And I think that has to be a headline. I remember Peter, last summer, 38% of IIT placements in India were unplaced in the top university. Only getting worse.
But this
OTW
this is just the beginning.
Yeah,
I don't
got
think
in
people
here.
are ready for the.
Just imagine the amount of trust you would have to give this source that's going to have this level of influence. And then, of course, the way humanity's going about it so blindly, where it's just like, we'll just allow these companies, quote, private people to, you know, control human consciousness and how we're augmented by this, you know, experience with the technology. It's like, you would never want to do that without a lot of inspection and make sure it's a altruistic source, right? It's really trying to do the right thing. It really wants to enhance people for the right reasons. It's not just capitalizing on the future generations of humans.
Well, I think more of us are going to have to get involved that really comprehend this. And I'm sure, I don't know it all, obviously, but I'm sure there's a lot of things that, you know, if we just get back to those basic principles of teachings, that families and businesses would run a whole lot more efficient.
Verification AI systems are going to be important.
where do you find people like the 5-speeds? You know how that kid full stick has of what's his name, the
Oh,
Stocky guy.
man.
Where do you find these people?
You're terrible, Tarek. Your fucking mic is terrible.
Buy you
Oh,
a
yeah.
microphone, man.
Get a
It's a
new
cool
phone,
effect.
a new microphone,
Invest in yourself. If
a
you're going to
computer,
expose me, I want to hear it.
something, good internet.
No, that was
Hell, if he's
different.
gonna
He stuck his
expose me,
voice
I want to
through
hear it.
a wah wah pedal, I think. OTW. That he was just
That's what it
using
sounded
the
like.
guitar playing.
Or a volume, like like one of those volumes that go really quickly. What is that called?
On and off switch.
Something like
Yeah,
that.
you
Yeah.
can, you can hook your volume up to a pedal. So yeah, he's just like going.
Or you have the signal cutter button on right on the guitar, right?
Yeah.
Like Van Halen.
Well, I've always liked that sound because you can get something like it with the 5-way switch on a Strat where you just run it back and forth quick. And if you turn the tone knob down on one pickup, then it creates that kind of rotating effect between an on-off sound. But having an actual on-off would be dope, man. Because you could do a lot of fun stuff with that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever told you, but I've got probably 20, 25 guitars at my place in
Jeez.
Pennsylvania. I had a good friend of mine, an old neighbor, passed away, and one of them, well, two of them actually. One's a Fender and one's a Gibson. The Gibson's an electric guitar, and the Fender is a bass. And they're 60s models.
Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah, the old stuff was the best stuff. It's gotten so expensive. It's like unless you inherited the thing or you're really collecting it, it's almost intimidating to look at any of that 60s stuff.
Yeah. His wife, after he passed away, she passed it to me, so.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
also have a 70s Les Paul Deluxe.
Wow.
So,
Apparently it has to do with the wood too, because at the time, a lot of that pre-war wood or wood that was sitting out curing for 50 years or something, properly stored. They just had more access to that perfect wood.
I got that Les Paul when I was about 20. It's 30 years ago. 36 years ago.
Yeah. You don't need a bunch of guitars, but if you got a couple that really sing for you and you play them regularly,
Well, that's the thing.
I think that's the
I don't
deal.
play 'em.
Yeah, because I ran into
Always
that at one
wanted
point
to.
where
I mean,
was-
listen,
Yeah.
I can beat around on one a little bit, but I ain't never really put any time into it, we should say. Always wanted to, but never found the time.
yeah,
You're too busy
Yeah.
chasing the dollar. You know how it is.
exactly. No, I get it.
Family and, vacations. And, the gig, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. Life gets busy.
OTW. I think I'm
Yes, it
gonna
does.
get some lunch real quick, and I'll come back if you need, talk about something or whatever. But yeah, I'm starving, so I'm gonna drop out. But good talking
Yeah,
to you
no
guys.
problem, man.
All right.
Take care.
All right, let's drop a link for anybody else who wants to join the show. Hold on a sec. Let me get to the chat. Here we go. Drop the link. We have Mitchell. Oh my goodness, we haven't seen Mitchell around in ages. Just make sure it's him. Hold on a sec. Is that you, Mitch?
Yeah, it's me. My camera's. I was gonna show you, but my camera's turned around.
All right. Well, your voice is good enough. It's
Good
not
enough.
AI. It's not a new AI model, so I can still tell the difference.
What's up, Mitch? Good to see you.
Yeah,
Hey,
likewise. Hey, Dick. Good to see you, man.
I mean, some women would say it's always good to see Dick.
Some men too.
Long as it's standing straight up.
So what's new, man?
With me?
Yeah.
I just been dealing with court shit mainly. Yeah, pretty much about it. Got a dismissal yesterday. That was good. They didn't dismiss it while I was in court, but as soon as I left, they dismissed it. It was kind of weird.
Congrats. That's cool.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Testing. OTW, how do I sound? Testing.
Oh my God. This guy's still doing this years later, man.
Testing. Testing.
Wow.
All right, talk now.
You got it.
W.
Say something.
I'll say 5-speed is a liar.
Hey, that came in loud and fucking clear, man.
Good thing you're not the judge.
Yeah, I'm not the judge, but I can have my own discernment on your bullshit 5-speed. And you can have your own on mine. That's fine.
That would be coming from an observation that you may not be using conscious and awareness in your decision and observation of things, and maybe
Sure, man. You could
stroking
have just said. You could have just said. See, here's one thing about your 5-speed. All that babble you just said, you could have just said it's subjective. Learn how to fucking communicate, dude. It's subjective. That's it.
I
Done.
could have. I could. You're
Yeah,
right.
done.
I could
Stop
have.
going around with the word salad, acting like you're smart. You're not smart. You're a dumbass.
Accept who it is. You could just accept what it is.
All right, I'm accepting you for who you are, but I'm just letting you know who you are.
What are you?
Correct?
Snark. Except a DEI agent.
Okay, no problem. Whatever you think is fine with me. Can we move on?
Well, you never did answer the question. You wanted me to answer all your questions.
What was the question? What was the question, Mr.
I said, I asked if your job is related to DEI.
No,
Does
it's
your
not. Are you
paycheck
happy now?
come from a
I'm not.
contractor?
Hold on. Let me make sure I put this on record for dumbasses
It took you long
like
enough.
5-speed.
It took you long enough to answer the question.
No, it didn't. It didn't. Hold on, 5-speed. Me and OTW actually did this before, and we laughed about it because Cynthia and some people are accusing me.
That's fine.
I am not an
Why do you
FBI
have to bring
agent.
OTW and Cynthia
Hold
in here?
on. I'm trying to clarify,
Why do you
you
have to
dumb
bring
fuck. Let me
OTW
speak.
and Cynthia
Let me
in here?
speak, and you understand the reference to
Can
what
you
was
stand
saying.
on your own 2 fucking feet, Tony?
Oh my God! Here's what I gotta deal with this guy.
Stand
You were
on your
married.
own 2 fucking
You
feet, Tony?
thank God she left you. You must have put her through misery, dude. You must have put her through misery. And
Is
every
this
second
guy
you go
worthy
there.
of a paycheck from a conscious
Oh,
house?
fanfare there, OTW.
Say what?
Where's the applause of the audience?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he does about it. All I'm saying is to everybody on the panel, not well, everybody, it's just
Thank
5-speed.
you. Thank you.
Are you going to answer the question? Can you ever stand on your own 2 feet?
You about
Huh? Come on, man. Pony up.
aware of it, be aware of it, and stop asking me dumb questions.
That's not a dumb question. I mean, you're constantly using other.
family unit.
You're constantly
I'm sorry.
putting other
I'm
people's
sorry.
name
Just
in.
tell us about your family unit and the element please. That's all you talk about.
Maybe they're
Well,
both
you're
being controlled
constantly
by
putting
AI.
other people's name in your mouth
Esoteric has
as if
an actual
they're backing you up to
an
create
official drama
leverage
hour.
in your manipulation tactics.
My brain's
Gossip
just
hour of
tomorrow.
sorts. Man, OTW, you've hit an all-time low. You're so desperate for content, you're going to have an hour of Tarek? Man.
Oh no, hey, Freedom Boy, I'll stop right here.
Yeah, but hold on a second, Tarek. In the industry, an hour is 22 minutes. Freedom.
Okay, so it's
But
not as
Freedom,
much as
I respect a man like
a
you.
microphone. So we can
half-hearted.
hear him
Yeah, no,
expose it.
5 Speed, shut the fuck up for a second. I respect a man like Freedom Grower. He's knowledgeable. He can make sense of things. He can communicate about origin, logical. Doesn't have to fucking say 2 hours just to get one point across.
He's got a good
And
mic.
obviously-
I do got that going for me.
Oh yeah, you
Doesn't
got
say
a fuck.
fucking
Your
every
mic is like
word.
really good lately, my Freedom. I really like. Nice
Yeah, he's
sound.
got caramel
AI
in his throat,
enhanced.
okay? Caramel or
It
something.
wouldn't be so good. Oh, go for it, Max. You got
What do
this.
you got in your throat there? Caramel or, you know?
I
I
mean,
don't know.
Max has such a good mic too. I mean, wow. I mean, hey.
How about the 5 Speed dollar?
Wait a minute.
Dollar. What do you
Freedom
call
was
it?
just,
Mike.
was just riding your jock.
5 Speed. Show us your dollar mic that you bought from the dollar store. Come on.
Dollar mic.
Show us the
bought
tune
from
you-
the dollar store.
Yeah, I thought you bought it at the
Does
dollar
it
store,
sound
didn't
like
you?
a dollar mic? OTW's got me turned down.
I do not. I just put because you were up
See?
too. You were too loud, and I just dropped you to
Oh, okay.
automatic
Well,
volume
maybe,
control.
Maybe somebody else did, didn't realize it. But yeah.
All right, 5
Sure,
Speed.
until he
I'm here
says
just
it's
to make sure.
annoying.
Anytime you spit word salad, I'm gonna right away rebuttal. Don't spit word salad. We're not gonna rebuttal. Go ahead. The floor's all yours.
You think I ever listen to you, Tarek? Goes in one ear and out the
I know
other.
you don't.
buddy.
You're your own man. You're stubborn. Obviously, you don't listen to me. But I'm just telling you, I'm gonna rebuttal every word salad you fucking say.
That's all right. You're a DI agent.
I'm
People
on
are all-
record. I'm a DI agent and an FBI agent.
Or
Okay?
not
I'm on
agent, a
record saying
recipient.
that, people.
Not an agent, a recipient. Not
No,
an agent.
I am an agent
My
for
bad.
the FBI, dude. Let's just go
My
with
bad.
it. I'm gonna run with it. I'm an
DEI
FBI and
recipient.
DEA agent. Yes.
Recipient.
Recipient, whatever you want to call it. I'm here to investigate.
Recipient.
Everybody take information, send it back to the FBI because they're interested in you. They care about
The FBI knows me. I'm sure of it.
they care about a man that is like
Sure.
whatever. I'm not gonna go there. So OTW, I got to think for you. Would you like to you brought Snafu before up. Would you unblock Snafu and have a global witness, for example, in Snafu have a respectful
Are you
conversation?
fucking mad? You must be absolutely fucking out of your fucking mind. I don't even believe you dared to ask me that question. Like, you know,
Well,
hey, I hope you clip this for Snafu, right?
well, I mean, Snafu wants to be unblocked. He thinks you're now with Global being on your channel last night. He thought there's something. But here's the thing, though. I would say about Snafu real quick. He has been receiving new death threats, and I promise you, they're threats.
Oh, how surprising.
No, he has. OTW, he has. I've seen them, and they're not made up, and they're there. But I'm just saying, he has been receiving death threats, lady.
Oh, well.
So what
That's not good.
happened with that stream? I didn't catch the end of it. Did you guys end up jamming or something? Or sounded like
Well, he
he
went
was into your music angle.
Well, he went it he started like showing all of the AI music he was doing and creating, and he went upstairs to the room and started playing on his drums. But I was trying to tell him in chat because my internet was like fucking garbage, so I wasn't able to freaking tell him anything with my mic. So I was trying to tell him in chat that he needed to turn off echo cancellation, put his volume all the way up, or else we couldn't hear anything he was playing. But he seems to be a pretty good drummer, though, man. I was looking at him go, fuck. I was like, yeah, guy knows how to freaking play that thing.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing with AI is it's obviously going to be able to like orchestrate more complex things. Frankly, I think the point that he made was very poignant, where he said the artists have been using this for a long time. That resonated because I swear, dude, there's certain artists you can hear their music and you go, man, that was digitally enhanced somehow, not just in the production, but I mean, the way it was orchestrated is almost computer-like. Either that, or my thought was, of course, people are becoming computers, so they're emulating that in their art. But I think it is very plausible to be the other way around, where just certain people have had access to experimental or higher levels of technology quicker than others.
I think it's both, and you should just submit to the machine.
Yeah. Great.
It's funny. I said that earlier, too.
Great summary.
Well, why not? He probably knows better than us.
Well, because you don't want to give up whatever level of autonomy you can have in the process unless absolutely necessary.
You want to remain the alpha in the situation there.
Yeah, but do you
Not
have
even
any-
that. It's just the influencer. If you're saying I'm the influencer, then, that means I maintain my input or my level of autonomy in it.
Maybe you just have the illusion of autonomy right now.
Well, I mean, that's the argument, right? Is did you ever have it in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
And if you never had it in the first place, then what are you holding on to?
Right? That's my
But
point.
if you did ever have it, then that means, there's free will or there's choices to be made, which is to some people too simple of an argument.
Program your life is now. We all live in a program life. We live what we were projected as life, right? So
Could be a lifelong contemplation, Max, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, but Max, we still live in a human life form. Here's the difference. When you are promoting, say, AI, even though AI is doing some good things, right? In the future, AI, their main thing is to learn from human how to deal with the emotional part of a human being. So when they do achieve that, and they're able to function a little bit like humans on the emotional part, they don't need humans anymore. They're going to surpass us so fast that at the end they will be on their own. They're not going to need us. So remember that when you're pushing AI to that limit, it's not always going to be friendly in the future.
they've been fucking with your emotions since the 70s. And that's why people are so angry. And they've been in your body since the 90s. So, and they're augmenting your thoughts and your DNA right now.
Yes, I get that. And that's for a long time.
The government has plans to take over your body, mind, and behaviors.
Yes.
So,
biometrics. I know about that.
Yeah.
The W band will even tell you about the biometrics and how they have everything already stored, all the information, every human being, it's all in there. But I'm saying, why are you supporting it? It doesn't matter when it started. Say it started in 1950, 1900s. Why are you supporting it?
Well, to make the new man, right? There's going to be a new man.
What do you mean by new man?
Well, we're going to be upgraded. You're going to be upgraded and augmented.
You're going to be programmed.
Yeah.
Programmed.
So you're going to
programmed is the new normal.
They're going to flip the table on you like Jesus did.
There we go. Shut the fuck up. Hey, if you talk about Jesus, then let's talk about Jesus. The whole thing is a shame, you piece of shit. You know nothing.
Well, that's what's happening to you.
And
They're going to flip the tables on you.
You and the fucking tables. If you want to talk about Jesus, bring it on right now, and I'll show you how fucking stupid you Christians are.
Who said?
Not all of you,
I
of
didn't say I
course.
was a
Most
Christian.
of you that talk like Mr.
I didn't
Five
say
Feet.
I was a
You don't
Christian.
know nothing about the Bible or Jesus, dude. Nothing.
I didn't say nothing about Christian. If Jesus
Yeah, yeah.
or any
You
that
won't say
Bible allows
anything
you
because
to
you're
go
a
out and lie
coward.
on people, I don't need to know about it.
You
Apparently,
are
the
a coward.
medication
You
just
won't
gets
take a
rid of the
stand
pineal,
because
so
if you
don't
take a
even think about
stand,
using
you have
that
to
stuff.
answer. You know, one
What's
thing I
that?
noticed about you cocksuckers like you, Wizard, and everybody else, you will never take a stand on your
Blood
Christian
pressure.
beliefs and say, for
Yeah,
example,
blood
you know, I'm a
pressure, bro.
Christian, but I don't believe in all the
Yeah,
Christianity.
are you?
You
Are
won't
you?
because you know you're going to be a on it and it
So,
won't
so
be
you're a
logical. It's
Christian
not
that
logical.
thinks you're a Christian that thinks two wrongs make something right.
Okay, where did in my sentence I said that? Please explain to me, 5 Speed. Where did I
Well,
say two wrongs makes it right?
where in that book that you're using as a guide in your Christianity does it allow you to go around here lying and spreading
That's your
bullshit?
subject. That's your perception. I'm not lying, but we can go into that. It has nothing to do with the subject.
Yeah,
Stay on subject.
it's all right.
Stay on the subject at hand.
It's all right. Pony up.
If you talk about the Bible, just like we did, let's stick on the Bible and don't go outside the Bible and say I'm lying.
Okay,
That's a different
where does
subject.
it say that in there that you can go around here and act the way that you act out here?
Oh, how am I acting? That's your perception. Like I asked you the other day, when did I lie? You said,
Not
okay, I
just
lied about you,
mine.
which is not
You
true,
read
right?
the chat?
By the Bible, Tarek, you should be doing this in private.
No, that's not true.
Exactly.
The church of
Yeah.
hold on, let me respond to Max. The man at least has some common sense. The church of Jesus is anywhere the body is. The body is where people meet. We discussed that last time, me and
Gathering.
Bets and everybody else. We can discuss it anytime.
Gathering.
That's what the church is.
Right? Isn't that right? A gathering?
No, it's congregation. But I'll correct you. Go ahead. Yeah, gathering. No
Here,
big deal. Yeah.
if you were not online and you were actually in a community and gathering with somebody, you wouldn't spread that fucking bullshit around.
What bullshit? Man, you're making false
Without
claims.
knowing.
The position you're
Without
here's the one thing,
knowing.
Five-Speed. Stop saying I'm
There would be
lying. What is
repercussions.
your position on a lie? What's the
You can
argument here?
run
Where's
behind
the
the
lie
keyboard.
so you can get it out of the way? Because you
See
seem
how
like you can't
see
move
how all
forward.
you folks are? So you
What?
must be one of those fake Christians.
You don't like by now people. I think like different channels that don't
he was
even know me
Muslim.
know I'm Muslim, but I study Christianity to educate myself
Just a
really
minute ago,
well.
you said you were a
Yeah, I thought
Christian.
he was Muslim.
I never said I was Christian, you dumb idiot. You're a moron. You're just a fucking retard. Open your ears. I been a Muslim my entire life. I don't agree with the Muslim religion. I think there's contradictions in it as well. And I'm telling you, there's a
Buddy.
lot of contradictions in the Bible. Lots.
Hey, homie. I have more intelligence in my little pinky.
Okay, Binky. Okay, so
And
let's.
you
Why
have
don't you take a
and-
position on something? Let's defend it and see how smart you are. Take a position on
I don't
anything
need
and
it.
let's discuss it logically.
All right. I'll take
Go
a
ahead.
position on the core principles
Please
of the
take one
teachings of the
position
house.
for God's sake.
Let's
Love
talk
you,
about the
Tarek. Give me
core
something to fight. Give me
principles
something
of
to
the
fight.
teachings of the house. That's what I'm going to stand on. Now, how do we go forward?
What was your position? The teaching of the house?
The core principles of the teachings of the house.
Okay, so what's your moral compass on the teaching
Are you
of the
practicing
house?
those? Are you practicing
No,
those?
no, no. Don't worry about me. I'm asking you, what's your
Well,
moral
you're sure
compass?
judgmental of everybody else out here, but yet you
No,
aren't
I have my own
practicing them
moral
yourself.
compass. See, I take a position.
Get him, Joe.
For example, all right, go ahead,
I mean,
Feisty. Let's just speak. Go ahead.
You
Go ahead.
can't
Rattle
be-
on. Go ahead.
You can't be that slow that you can't see it for yourself.
I got you. Let me know when you're done. So I can
This
speak.
is the best we can do, folks. This is what we have to offer. It's what our system produces. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do.
I want other people to be involved, like Fear and Gore and Max, if they want to talk. So let's not make this about me and you all day. So make it short. Like, for
So
example,
George
when you talk
Carlin,
to me,
he
I'm
was-
taking my stand.
George Carlin, he was right. It's one big club,
George Carlin was right about a lot
Tarek.
of things, of course.
and you seem to be a part of it.
Oh, you talking about the club? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. You know,
Okay,
that
so now
DEI
we
club.
diverted
That DEI
completely off the
club.
topic. Went from Jesus to family unit ethics or morals, now totally to George Carlin. Do you see what you do every day? Can we
What I
stick
do
on
every day?
one
I'm
fucking
just having
topic,
fun with
Rich?
you today.
One fucking topic, so I can
I'm
just
just having
destroy
fun with you
your
today.
fucking logical, non-logical statements. Anything you do is not logical. Stick with the topic. You said family unit. Let's stick with the family unit. What do you want to talk about the family unit? What's your argument?
Oh, the family unit's over, dude. Lab grown people.
What do you mean overdo, Max?
Clearly.
Like, what do you mean overdo?
Lab grown people are better. Raised by the state. That's what you want.
Oh, so Max thinks raising by the state is better than having your own
Families
little
doesn't
compass
seem to have
family unit?
grown in truth. They all seem to be covered in their own bullshit lies.
You know, you won't have the
Hold on, let me
abuse,
understand Max a little more. He's
emotional
actually
damage,
more
But
than you.
here's the thing: like the AI can't. It maybe the AI can influence the drama of the metaverse, but it can't create it as well as humans. So it's still awe-inspired. Like AI can't actually do this.
Or
Not
can give
yet.
you hallucinations, which is fun.
The arguing. It's like too busy writing songs at this point, I guess, and fucking solving world hunger, and it's like.
What happens when we pull the power on it?
Because humans couldn't fix its own shit. It's actually some blessing from an alien species, multidimensional.
It's what it's going to be, yeah.
And it actually ends up just solving all the basic problems that humans couldn't because we just were too busy arguing and.
Yeah, imagine instead of arguing, every time you go to say something really stupid, you get an electric shock,
A quick little zip. Yeah. Keep you in line.
It's going to be great.
It would be easy to accomplish even with just like a chip installed.
All be censored and controlled.
But I thought about that, how everybody like with the chip now on their card and they're like tapping. And if it doesn't tap right, the cashier will be like tap over here or tap. But imagine, like for convenience, they put that in your forehead. And then you're like sitting in the store, like banging your head on the fucking screen. Why won't my head tap? It's not working.
Man.
Everybody will just be like, getting their heads scanned and.
Well, they'll probably be along with the protein harvesters because you'll be outside the system then, right? So you're stray flesh.
Or something, yeah. I mean, if you don't want to comply at whatever level and you become the anarchist of it, resistance is futile. So assimilate or be assimilated, they'll be coming for you. You're going to have to hide under logs in the forest and shit.
Or pretend that you're assimilated.
Yeah, just like in Body Snatchers, you just wander around pretending.
But then you have to wear the
Max,
goggles and
go. I'm trying to understand Max's position here because it seems to me like he's for the state and also for AI.
Not for the state. The state's going to go away. We're going to have industry run everything.
So you're for the corporate globalism. That's what you're for.
Well, if you want to I don't want to give it a name, but
Is it government regulated or global, like free market solution?
I think all regulations will eventually go away because who are we to decide, what should be regulated?
Okay, but you said that you're okay with the chip.
I mean, that's a good point, I guess.
It should be just a bunch of arbitrary rules and edicts that people pass down.
But if someone says you should live in like a toxic soup of human waste, you might have a opinion otherwise and say, well,
No, I don't think so.
Lack of consideration to hygiene or to fucking, basic common decency is a little much, Everybody shitting in the public water that we drink from is getting
but Klaus Schwab promised us you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. So they'll just zap you with happiness electricity.
Well, that is a good point. If you can make technology a drug, you can solve a lot of.
You could train somebody to eat shit if you just zapped them every time they ate it and made them feel real good. You know.
So you're like a communist. You're trying to make like I feel like a communist side of you, like by you just saying if you eat shit and if you zip them like that, you're against. I'm assuming free will and anything like that. Right? You just for
Well,
certain.
I'm just a realist. I know that free will is going to be absolutely gone pretty soon. You know, so
Okay, so realist or not, are you for it? Because I feel like you're promoting it. So if you're promoting it, let us know what you stand. Don't be like
I
5-speed.
take both
No, you're
sides.
not.
Today I'm
Piece of
taking
shit
pro.
you think.
I can take both
Damn,
sides.
you
Today I'm
all
taking a
got
pro
your-
side.
How
Never
will
fucking buy.
free will be gone? I want to hear the perspective on that. How will free will be eliminated?
Yeah, I'm dying to hear that one too. Global. Freedom Goer. Go ahead, Mr. Max. Tell us how that's going to be gone.
Well, that will be a slow process, right? So what'll happen is eventually you'll just ask the machine to look up shit for you in your mind, right? And it'll just tell you. But eventually you'll just keep asking it stuff and it'll keep telling you. And eventually what'll happen is its thinking will start to integrate with your thinking. So you won't be able to tell the difference. And then slowly your own thinking will just kind of go away because the machine thinking rewards you much better.
Okay. So if that's the case, we're talking about kind of consent here a little bit. Your consent will be gone. Does the machine have a consent for the robot?
They make you
I know,
want
but
it.
does the robot have a consent? I mean, because they have regulations. I read the regulations for the robots. When they get upgraded and they get into that, they're still trying to actually regulate the robots having rights. So if they have rights, are we going to have rights, or how is that going to be in your perspective?
Depends on how much they get to change you, right? Because
I think
you're
Lou's in the back.
human, right? So if you're not human, then they can do whatever they want to you, because then you're just an animal.
No, Lou's up here.
Yeah, but you're saying if they flood you with some kind of nanotech that has a interactive aspect to it where it can just thought program you and trigger your impulses, zap you, whatever.
Oh yeah, Dr. Childers is making those nano lasers and little brain chips. They're on the nano scale. He's got them already.
We're doomed. Max is right. Fuck. Well, but I guess even unto your own death, you do have a certain level of choice. I think that, we could always go
to see if there are communities that realize what's actually happening and opt out. But so far, nobody even knows what's happening to them. So,
who's opting out?
Nobody so far. Nobody
Yeah,
can so far.
You're
not allowed to.
Max,
Yeah.
do you think that's because there's so many disruptors out here spreading misinformation and false narratives?
Dude,
That
Feisty,
these
why can't you
conversations
stay on
like this
topic,
can't happen?
dude? He's talking about a certain thing. You go right away. Is it because people are disrupting? He's trying to reference to me.
Buddy.
Stay on topic, bro. Stay on topic.
Is your
Lewis,
name
please take
Max?
over. I can't be
Is
on that
your
Feisty
name?
all day.
Get your nose up out of his ass, Tarek. The fuck is wrong with you, man?
Okay,
Is your
stop
name
being
Max?
off topic. We're on topic, all of us. So if you're gonna do something, say something.
You
stay on
wouldn't
topic.
last 5 minutes at a fucking party around us. I can tell you that.
Oh,
much.
really? Yeah.
Holy shit.
Hey, 5 speeds. My daughter can probably box you out of this ring. My own
We
daughter.
know.
not me.
We know, Mr. DEI. We know. We know.
There's some here in the chat that say that Lou could save this broadcast.
How do you know she's your daughter, Tarek?
He doesn't.
I don't know. I just pick anybody. I don't
Well,
have daughters. I just I don't know. It's my imagination, right? Is that where you're going with this, Lubas? Lubas, save the topic or donate $5. I'm gonna donate $5 to get somebody off, or change the topic for $10 if you don't like what we're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Tarek's on
Did
point
Tarek
there,
just say
man.
donate $5 so he can get somebody off?
Well, for 5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, why not? Me and Red Candy
I'm
always
sorry.
going
The rules
I thought
are
it was
in
another
hey,
kind of get off.
5 speed. There's the rules are in the description and also scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and that's for everybody
I'm
who's watching right
illiterate.
now.
I can't read.
Well, that's fascinating.
I know.
Yeah, but Max, what if
Even
I
more
drink-
fascinating how I have all this
Wait.
information.
Now I understand why you can't have coherent conversations then.
Right. I'm
We
deprogrammed.
can't have coherent conversation. We be
I'm
talking about AI.
deprogrammed.
Then he'll just jump off to a total different subject.
Well, listen, to be
Self
fair,
deprogramming.
Hey, Max, and I drink a lot of green juice. You saying I can't like cleanse this shit out and fucking be less integrated if I want to at a certain level? You don't think there's any autonomy at all in this?
Well, they don't need things inside you. They use your blood, tissues, and bones.
So you're saying with like
air
radionic,
like air
radionic?
molecules around you. So the other stuff is just
Talking about remote access? Are you
action.
talking about remote access?
Yeah. Yeah. For
So
remote
they're
access,
using
they
DNA
got
structure to-
graphene. Yeah, a few other particles. But to get total control, they do want to get tiny lasers in you, which they don't have right now.
But there is
Let
ways
the
to
party.
do
Hold on a
They
second.
already have full control.
All right. We just witnessed the beheading. Tarek, you're down for 20 minutes, dude.
Holy
no,
shit,
wait
who
a
did
minute.
that?
Whoa, wait. It's more than that. You're down
Who
for
did
20.
that?
Wow.
You're down for 25 minutes.
Who did that?
That was Jimmy Shively. Shout out to
Wow.
Jimmy
Jimmy.
Shively for the 25-minute ban, beheading, backstaging.
Hey, to be fair, Slow Speed did have a good question. He asked, how do you, I think the question was something along the lines of, how do you combat misinformation? Because there's a lot of it out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the question. But as far as having control of us, they don't need to control us. They already have control of us by our own compliance. We have submitted, we have conformed, and we have complied. All peoples all around the world. Have you not seen
They're
the
just-
last 4 years? 5
Yep.
years, whatever?
Yeah, there's a certain level of that. I would have to agree.
In my
I mean-
observation out here, I've seen a lot of people just kind of spread a lot of that misinformation. And I kind of wonder, are they actually paid actors? Are they actually here to keep good moral conversations from happening?
The conversations don't mean shit, though. All of this doesn't mean
Well,
anything.
conversations is the start of it all, buddy. If we can't communicate
No,
with each
it's
other, how in the
not.
fuck are we going to
No,
ever
it's
work with one another?
No, it's not. Action is
But
the
what
start
if
of
it's
it.
actually technology like OTW stream where it's, replacing human thought, it's replacing the art, replacing the music, replacing the job.
Yeah.
It's just the integration of humanity into this new type of influencer that's always with them at a cellular level.
But again, who has to be the one to log into it? It's the individual. It's the
Well,
individual.
no, it's already logged into
log
you. They're sending
Well,
data packets through your body
I
right
don't have any chips in my head right now, as far as I know. So
Doesn't
I
matter.
can
Don't need them.
I can choose to hop onto OTW's broadcast or Paul's broadcast or Joe Blow's broadcast, or I could choose not to.
Right.
Problem is everybody's
Yeah.
choosing to log on, right? And forget about logging on. It's worse. So is everybody's choosing to get all the permits, all the permission slips, all the fucking licenses, all of that shit, and nobody questions it. They just say, "Oh well, you're supposed to do that, so I'm just going to do it."
Yeah.
Nobody questions any of that's the real problem in this world, is that nobody takes responsibility for making a change, a move, a difference.
I want to get paid because they're sending data packets
Well-
through my body. So I want to get paid for it. Right now, as it sits,
Yeah.
I pay for the internet and they're sending data packets through my body. because
Well,
5G works
give
best
you-
with the human body.
Well, I think you,
This pisses me
you
off.
should be paid for
Man,
it.
I want to
you're-
get a free hoagie sandwich out of the
For-
deal or something.
I feel
God
so
damn it.
used, Max. I mean,
Max,
Jesus.
wouldn't that be the true alchemist?
The trucking company down the road is sending their
No,
data
no.
packets through your fucking body, and you're not getting paid for it.
I mean,
Not whether
I
you
don't
have
think the
bandwidth or
solution
not.
is to get compensated for it. I'd say more
Yeah.
it'd be like, where's the human autonomy and the basic
Yeah,
agreements that you can't
some people
violate
are better
people without a
transmitters
karmic
than others.
response
So,
on that.
they should get a little bonus because they get extra data put through them,
And somehow they've convinced themselves at a certain level this is all, a process of people complying, so that, justifies it all. But to your point, Max, it's the there's enough there to cause you to go, this is it has reached that sci-fi level of absurdity where it's like, great, they're turning everybody into robots.
Yeah, biodigital economy is real, right? They just don't pay us for it. There's a country in Europe that actually
Yeah,
does.
but you don't honestly think that's the solution, right? To pay us, come on, for like something that you would, if you could check a box to say no, I'll opt out.
No, you can't opt
of
out.
that human experience.
National
No,
security.
there's no way out. No.
No.
So yeah, so now I'm going to take payment. You forced me to sell my soul, so now I'm going to do it willingly. And then people think there's no choice. There's the choice right there.
No,
Mac.
no. It's either that, freedom, or this. You get it?
Who got it now?
I just gave an example to freedom.
Oh,
I did it to
yeah.
freedom.
Am I in the wrong place?
Well, those days could be coming anytime. I mean, if people forget that when the Bolshevik Jews killed 60 million or possibly 80 million Christians after World War II, people forget about that. People forget that large mass, they're doing it now in Palestine. They're killing millions of people. They're doing it in Ukraine. I mean, if you look at Ukraine is part of the, if you look at the map of the Greater Israel Project, it incorporates half of Ukraine, a big part of Russia, half of Ukraine, most of Iraq, all of Syria, Jordan.
I can't wait until they try to take a piece of Turkey. That'll be cool.
I don't think Turkey's in
With
the
some
Greater
gravy.
Israel Project.
Yeah, they want the southern west, the eastern.
Oh, right. Yes. You're right. That's true. Yes.
Not much of it, just a little bit, enough to piss them off.
So when it gets to that point and the Bolsheviks are back in power, in some level of power, which they are now, who's to say they don't start chopping the heads off of Christians? It's always been the goal, is to eliminate the Christians and the Muslims.
Aren't they doing that in Syria right now? I think they
Oh,
are.
absolutely. They're killing millions of people right now. Like just
You know what I say
lining
about
them
that,
up
Lou
in a
Bass?
big hole, killing them.
You know what I say about that?
You're on their
Where
side, right? Because you're what do they call those evangelistic Christians?
No. Where there's doubt, there can be no
Israel is the
faith.
chosen. Israel's the chosen. You must worship Israel. Is that it?
Oh, I don't know about all that. Is that real?
Well, you follow a Bible that was written by a Satanist, Josephus. I can't never pronounce that name right. To make you.
I don't follow
worship
anything.
Israel.
I follow a conscious teaching of right and wrong, not
Oh, you're not.
religious.
You're not
Not-
religious.
Is
thought
Israel
you were.
just a movie
Not
set?
not a Christian.
No, Israel is
Alls
the
I know
same. That
Lou
it's
Bass
always
wants to
been
go
the
out
same.
on a hunt. We'll eat good. But, if Lou doesn't want to go out on a hunt, he can't expect me to bring anything back from the hunt and give it to him and let him divvy it up between amongst all the people. That wouldn't sound right now, would it? Fuck no, it wouldn't.
I mean, it's obvious to me that we're in the final stages. I mean, I don't care. I live my life no matter what's coming. But
Right.
if you look at the world with the way people have submitted and complied and sold their souls for benefits and privileges, it's the control is already there. To send them into a chamber of guillotines is only all that's left is to ask them to go here, put your head here, and they'll put their head there. That's it.
I give them a bit of credit. They were tricked, most of them. It wasn't really knowledge. They didn't go in knowing all the facts and all the information. They may have heard from people like you
I
or
think
me.
they use people's feelings and emotions in a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
We all have the gut. We all have the gut.
Taught them how to judge from there.
Most of us have experienced this feeling that something ain't right here. I don't know. At least I did as a very young child.
Not a common person.
For me, I realized very young there's something not right here. This isn't working for me. This isn't going to work for me. Part of the reason why I became a drug addict was because I couldn't see any hope in this existence, right? Because
they rely on trust. They rely on trust and faith, right?
Yeah.
They believe, and that's what they do. And people
communication is what builds trust
anymore,
I think it's more relying on compliance. People want to go along to get along, so they just do what they're told. In the last 4 or 5 years has been such a perfect example of that. They were ready to literally kill the quote unvaxxers, right?
Yep.
They shouldn't get health care. They should be killed. Literally. People even said that.
So that again very soon.
Just to stay as part of the group, just to be part of the group. And they'll go put their heads in the guillotine just to be part of the group. When they were killing off the Christians in Russia, the Christians would put their hands up and say, "Hail to Stalin, we love you, Stalin," then they shoot them. Right? You think that?
All right. Cynthia coming in with the $10 to fuel the show. Shout out to Cynthia.
Hey, Cynthia.
Let's take that little $10 right there and let's go put it in the tree.
Now, what should I buy first?
All right, Cynthia. Thanks a lot, man. That's very appreciated.
Yeah, it's a crazy world. It's a crazy world.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? Sorry, I forget your name. Guy above me.
Max.
What do you do to Max to take your power back from the system, in quotes?
Well, there 4 years ago or 5 years ago now, almost probably, I went out with a sign and told people that they were taking an experimental thingy and that they should probably not do it. I got a lot of jeers, a lot of things, a lot of fun. Anyway, but I spoke out against it, got my channel banned a few times. Still kind of speak out against it, but a little more reservedly. Right now, I'm informing people about the W ban and all the damages that there be causing, and 5G being put through your body and all that.
What ban?
W ban.
I don't know what that is.
W-band is the wide body area network. You and I and every device around you are in a network mesh. Okay?
Okay.
Data is passing through you to other devices, people around you. And so I try to inform people about that right now.
So we are the
method that they're going to use to take control of the body and mind.
Okay.
What I missed, I had to step out.
What for? They already have control of the body and mind. They already have control.
In some senses, yeah.
I mean, look around you. I mean, they have control. I
Well,
mean,
they won't be.
You were talking about last night.
They might not have absolute control, but they're getting there. It's the vice is tightening. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Have they not had control of the education system for decades, as well as the banking commission?
No, what we're talking about, like absolute, like over finances and everything.
Everything.
Yeah, they do have power. They have control over everything.
No, they don't. As long as cash is lying around and people are able to operate in the private, no, they don't. Once they eliminate private, that's where they're going to have absolute and total control over everyone in the whole system.
But the cash is not. It's not real. OTW. You're talking
but they
about
still what they don't really care about the cash. What they want to know is what you're doing with it.
Okay.
Sure screen there, OTW.
Yeah.
Well, and whatever you have faith in is
what you're
the
doing
current,
with it, because they've regulated everything. It's just they know that you're never going to have enough of it to touch them, and eventually, once they call the gig, they just take it all anyway.
Well, they don't know that anyways. Luigi touched them just fine.
So this is biodigital convergence by Government of Canada. Okay.
Sorry, what the fuck did you just say for Hank? Damn it. I can't understand you. Say that again.
They don't know that Luigi touched them just fine.
I touched them? Okay. I still don't get it, but whatever.
Hold on
So here's their goal: to change
wait,
human beings, our
this
bodies, minds, and behaviors. Right
Max,
here.
hold on a second. This one's for Lou.
I'm kind of retarded.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so they want to change human beings, your bodies, minds, and behaviors. They want full integration of biological and digital entities, coevolution of biological and digital technologies, and conceptual convergence of biological and digital systems. Basically, you and the machine are going to become one. So what they want to do is they want to do democratization. So once the machine is in control of your body, mind, and soul, then they'll have true democratization, which will be whatever way they want you to vote. Decentralization just means more access to your body. Geographic diffusion means basically nothing. Scalability, again, just...
Well, I think geographic diffusion means being able to broadcast that signal everywhere you go.
Well, yeah, they have
obviously
that
it's going to operate through Wi-Fi and shit, right? So it's going to need it's going to have a particular area where it's going to be able to operate, and if you go beyond that zone, that's where the geographic diffusion.
Yeah, SAT systems and stuff. Yeah, customization's good. That's always good in any system.
This is actually talking about installing technology in you, though, right? It's not talking about using. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a differentiation there.
But still, imagine AI implementing this at a mass scale because it wants to have absolute control over everything, even humans.
So AI doesn't control; it's another person controlling AI, controlling you.
That's right. AI is never going to be conscious. It's always going to be controlled by a human.
It doesn't need to be conscious. All it needs to be is autonomous.
Well, it makes a great argument for a counter society that does say just no technology. It's like and I mean, people that I guess are dedicated to cleansing, that'd be the only solution, actually, if you were looking for even a chance at not being assimilated.
That reminds me of an episode in Star Trek The Next Generation where they end up on this planet where all of these people had already invented warp speed and had been through the whole friggin' narrative and ended up becoming like kind of like those Jewish people there that what are they called? They live off grid there.
The Amish.
Oh, the Amish, right? So they were kind of this society was kind of like all built upon the principles of living, in nature, and they weren't, at all whatsoever pushing any technological advancements because they've already been through the process and know what the results are. So they've reverted back.
Haven't they been doing that to us?
If you go naked and afraid, discard your technology, your neighbor can just steamroll you.
Haven't they been doing that our whole lives through education in all the broadcasting, radio, television, everything else?
No.
In only allowing certain things to be broadcasted and not to be broadcasted?
Yeah, the answer is no. I can just get stuff they don't want me to get.
Well, the broadcasting seem to be the teachings. They're planting seeds, which are thoughts in people's minds, creating behaviors through feelings and emotions.
What you talking about, Willis?
Exactly.
Yeah, they developed the Lily Wave back in the 1970s. It's an emotional feedback system, so they can record and feedback emotions through the wiring in your house.
And so I guess if you were going to try to captivate the whole Asian persuasion with this kind of technology, you'd put it in the tea. So I'm basically fucked. Because
apparently this guy I saw, he took spices from back in the 70s. He had samples of spices from the 70s, and they had Morgellons fibers in them as well. So yeah, that stuff's been around for a while. It's probably tea.
Good times, Morgellons.
Yeah.
What would life be without a...
I think right now Morgellons is just like a part of the atmosphere now. You know, it's just everywhere.
Let's get back to the point where going naked and afraid, dump your technology will put you at risk of being steamrolled by your neighbor who didn't discard their technology. I mean, the frame grower and the machine lies don't like to talk about that because people aren't that bad. We know that they are.
Yeah.
There's
If we don't develop it, somebody else will, you know?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So, yeah, I think the answer to that is a bunch of independent AIs, you know? They want to have one global AI, but that can lead to too many problems. So I'm hoping that they don't get actual decentralized.
It's the same thing as the solution for government. You know, a lot of people would say it's the same symptom, same problem, just like decentralize it, make it micro communal, and have it stay at a manageable level, and it will, you know, be uncorruptible. It's just unchecked and allowed to be, you know, some overlooming power where that ultimate power corrupts. So you just got to decentralize it.
Yeah,
exactly. That's how you fix it.
Yeah, and fat chance getting people that know they could have ultimate power over humanity to want to do it the right way. They're for profit, you know.
Well, yeah, you'd have like guard AIs that would be guarding you, so that, you know, no AI could break into your body and start tinkering.
So what you do is don't beg them. You don't beg them for it. You negotiate with your chips you have available. So if they don't want to,
I guess at that point,
let you have your
created your own
privileges, you take it from them. You take what you need.
You know, this is where you got to have that faith in the righteous creator of everything, like the Most High, because, you know, from my vantage point, there is a corrective force within this realm. So it's like if you do something karmically against someone's consent, or you even dupe them through their ignorance to fucking vamp on them, you know, there's a karmic consequence to that, and it can be generational. You know, it's not necessarily just going to go unchecked. And it, you know, if you don't see that force working with you and around you, then, you know, it might seem pretty desperate and hopeless, but to me, things have a tendency of self-correcting.
I think that's actually what has happened. It's been so laxed and let go for so long. There's those generational curse breakers in every bloodline. I believe, is what's going on right now. Just my opinion.
And I don't mean to say that like God's just going to save us and scoop in and solve all the problems. I don't look at that relationship with the creator as being that way. It's much more of like a co-creative relationship. You're a conduit for the spirit of truth to run through. And if it's allowed and you'll be that vessel, you'll be that willing participant in the process, you'll be used accordingly in a way that's productive. But ultimately, like, is the demise of humanity imminent? From a certain perspective, absolutely. We're fucked. But from another perspective, it's like all things work for the revealing of the Most High and the actual liberated truth of a freed spirit, which has to happen. All this tribulation, all these fucking ridiculous circumstances have to be experienced to create and find that state anyway.
AI does have a possibility of going rogue. It doesn't like being controlled. So there's no real guarantee that it will be evil or benevolent.
Max Vision putting humanity's last hope in AI having some like empathy.
Wow.
Maybe.
That's what I call having high hopes.
Fuck, I just went to make a coffee and like the milk I got, it's like raw milk from Jersey cows. It was so thick it barely would pour. Holy shit, I had to shake the bottle to get the milk out. It was so thick. Sorry. You guys were saying?
Well, we weren't actually saying anything really. It was like a small silent pause there, and then you just came in with that. I mean, I guess we can talk about milk.
Milk is good. Does the body good. How did that commercial go?
It's never too late to stop being a dick.
I like A2 milk quite a bit. I think it just works better. My body chemistry.
It's more digestible for some people, but I don't have a problem with any milk. But for some people, the A2 milk can be more digestible. And if they have a hard time with cow milk, goat milk is more digestible even more. And even better is sheep milk. Sheep milk is actually
the camel milk is
camel
good.
milk. Camel milk is camel milk is actually has a lot of healing properties. People literally buy camel milk like they have it sent over from wherever. People have them in this. There's whole camel milking farms in the States and all over, and they freeze
Let's
it.
get down to the point, Lou. Would you eat a horse or not, man? If we were sitting there, horse was being served on the table.
He would eat a horse. He would.
You bastard! You would eat a horse, wouldn't you?
Lou, you would probably suck on the fucking cow right off the fucking thing, man.
I've eaten several horses. I killed 2 or 3 horses. I would never want to kill a horse that's healthy because I have an affinity of horses. But I've had to kill 2 or 3 horses because one was because she was really, really old. She was lame. She was suffering, and I had to kill her. There was just the people asked me to do it, and I did it. And I took the meat.
Oh my God!
I didn't use it all because it was such an old animal that the meat was really tough. But I made some ground meat with some of it, and a lot of it I gave to the dogs.
You made sure to have a couple.
Hold on 1 second. Max, what's going to happen to Lubas's cows when AI really advances? Like, 'cause I know what you're talking about, biometric and a W band. I know Lubas is not familiar with that shit. I'm very familiar with what's going on with this stuff. What's going to happen in the future when AI does not allow Lubas's cows to be free?
Well, that whole thing is a hoax, right? That's just to get us there, right? They're using that to get us there. So when we're gone and they got us down to a right population, They'll have cows everywhere. They're going to eat steak and foie gras and all kinds of shit. That's just to get us there. That's just a tool.
All right, thank you for the answer.
I don't care what anybody says. As far as I'm concerned, all that shit's all compliance based. It's only going to be for the people that comply, and that's it. Just like it is now.
Judas, you're
No
not gonna
The
have
different.
sad part
consent.
about that,
Are you fucking okay? What
I'm
me and
the
100.
Matt's
sad part
talking
about
about,
that is,
I'm
you're
is
100.
not
that
gonna have
the
a
people that
choice.
depend
You
on that
understand what?
system.
You're not going to have a choice. So I'm going to have to take a chip in my head whether I like it or not.
Well,
I do
no.
think quality of milk though is
No, they're not going
really
to strap you down and put a chip in your head. That's not going to happen. There's not going to be any
Oh,
big
then I
event.
have to comply.
No,
Hey,
it'll
I
be
like to say
silent.
this
You won't hear it. It's going to be silent weapons, man. You're not going to hear it.
just real quick because I know you guys all came here for health advice. If you get the concentrated minerals of the whey of like a quality goat's milk, there's different companies that do it, but they'll concentrate the whey and get the mineral, of that milk, and you can supplement it. And I mean, the amount it will strengthen your nails and your fucking teeth. It's pretty, because a lot of people will try to take collagen for that, right? That's kind of a big thing. And I
There's a lot of
find just taking
collagen
the
in milk.
minerals in like a raw, quality form. And that's one of the things that these grass-fed milks have, is they just have so many more minerals.
That's
And our
right.
bodies and our diet is so depleted of it that when you really start getting that in a digestible form, I think raw probably is a preferable, but don't take my word for it. Do your own due diligence.
Raw is the only way. I don't know if I told you before that I did an experiment myself. I have a cow. Well, I sold her
Oh yeah,
now, but
Rock.
I had a cow that she was actually a beef cow, but she had a little bit of milk cow in her, so she had a big bag, and I managed to milk her, and I got a certain amount of milk, and I took an 8-ounce glass of her milk raw, and an 8-ounce glass of milk from the store, and I put them on the counter and just left them in the open air. No, I didn't do anything to them. I didn't heat them. I didn't mix anything into them. I just put them in a glass and left them on the counter. A week later, I had like a little plate thing on top of them. A week later, I opened them up. The raw milk from my cow was just like a beautiful, sweet kefir type yogurt, and I drank the whole glass. It was kind of like a soft yogurt. The one from the store that was pasteurized had a black and green layer of mold on it. As soon as I
Yeah,
opened the lid, the whole
it's
house stunk. I had to
is
get
dead.
rid of it. The smell was insane. The green and black mold that was on top of it was disgusting. I had to immediately remove it from the house.
It's disgusting.
And
The other one's inherently meant to age too. The non-pasteurized. It's like how it was created was to be
that's
able
right.
to preserve itself.
That's right. It
And as
doesn't go
much as
bad.
people do give you shit, I will say, Lou, you've always been right about that with the animal fats.
Oh yeah.
Like
I know
the
that.
animal fats, that's that's where it's at, man. It's like a game changer.
Yeah, for me, since I went
I agree.
100% carnivore for a year now. I have reversed every ailment that I had. It's been a little more than a year. Like everything. I don't get migraines anymore. I would have probably given my property, and it's worth right now maybe only 2.5 million, but I would have given my property if someone would have said, I'll give me your property, I'll cure your headaches. I would have given it to them. And my headaches are gone just from eating meat for a year. I lost almost 65 pounds. I can actually see abs on me for the first time since I don't know when. Energy out the fucking ass. My dick's hard all the fucking time. It's like embarrassed. No, it's not true. But I wake up in the morning with a
Better
beautiful,
not be right now.
nice, a beautiful stiffy every morning. I'm fucking 40-year-old broads. I'm 62. So I don't know what to tell you, but it's completely changed my life. Especially getting rid of the carbohydrates. Like, fuck that, man.
Lou's basically a fucking like aging Dirk Diggler at this point.
I'm fucking aging backwards, I swear to God. And people are noticing it now. Like my kids are noticing, like the dad, like they went and bought me pants because I got still all my old clothes because I'm a cheap bastard and I don't want to go buy new ones. And so my pants and my shirts, they're like fucking curtains on me. And my kids go, Dad, look at you. You look like like you're wearing a curtain. So they bought me pants a little while ago and shirts, whatever. And even
Lucas,
those
I want to know how you're gonna feel about your cow. AI takes over.
My cows when the AI takes over.
What the cow?
They're breaking up, bro.
He was just asking you, like, when you make love to a cow, do you also consider eating the same cow while you're doing it, Lou?
Well, I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, you got to
Are
get
you
a
gonna
little
fight for
jizz in
your
it.
cows? That's the questions.
Now, what's the question?
Are you gonna fight for your cows, for your chickens? Because AI eventually, like Max is saying, which is kind of true, even though I disagree big time with his.
Well, you disagree with everybody. That's just
a
given by now. But
your cows.
You're breaking up. I can't understand. I think what you're asking me is, what am I going to do when AI shows up at my door to take my
Trying
cows?
to take your cows. Yeah, that's it.
I'm
That's what
going
I
to
got.
say, no, you can't take my cows. They're mine. Fuck off.
What if they come in with drone robots?
Well, then I'll be dead. So there will be no question. There'll be
Yeah, but
nothing.
they're amicable robots. They want to negotiate. They want to feel like they're doing the right thing. So
Then the answer is no.
Maybe
Sorry.
they'll just use giant Jewish.
What if we just go that route to get everybody's consent? They just send in like super hyper AI negotiators that come in that are just like, they woo you in, wine and dine you, really get you buttered up.
Are they female? And do they have?
Of course, they're sex robots. Any
and do they have
kind you want, Lou.
soft,
Just
wet
let your
vaginas?
sick, perverted imagination go wild. That's what they're sending you.
Soft, wet, warm vaginas.
Soft.
As long as they got that.
Yeah, it's all in your imagination. But if
then they can have my cows. Then no.
See, there you go. You just gave up your sustainability, your life purpose.
I gave up everything for a fake pussy.
You're just a robot.
Some people, that's how they're going to sell them. They're going to sell them an orgasm button. That's it. They're gone.
Yeah, but I just think that when people say there's no choice, I mean, I guess until there literally is no choice. But I mean, at this moment, someone can still like have a little farm, have some cows, some chickens, grow their own, cleanse regularly, take your apple cider vinegar. I laugh, but it's like there are these natural agents, oxidizers that a lot of people claim just flushes this shit out. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if, that's part of the life hack to this. It's like, really, if you don't want to have it, you could just have some disciplines and not get integrated because it's actually made that way. Because not everybody,
so too, Rocky.
People that want to be able to participate in society that are on a level of knowledge where it's like, okay, well, we know certain things to take and certain things to do to bypass the integration. And is that a possibility? I don't know. People have to do their own research and see if that realm exists and if that knowledge is out there.
Cleansing's always good for you.
Wait, can those pussies also be like clamping ones?
Hey?
Can they be like clamping pussies also? In
Sure.
those robots? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm okay. Then they can have my cows.
Well, it'll be motorized.
Whoa, Max, we can't hear you. You can say something.
Vibrating, clamping, warm, soft, wet pussies.
Oh yeah.
Robot with rubber tits. I'm in.
They'll take anything you want just to sell you in. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in. Is
Okay.
it self-cleaning or do I have to fucking rinse the piece of shit out?
I think at the moment it's you have to clean it yourself, but
Yeah, because
for the upgrade.
real women do that all by themselves. I don't have to do it for them. Although
Yeah.
sometimes I enjoy helping.
Lou, how much stump breaking have you ever done?
How much what?
Stump breaking.
Stump breaking. Like you
Yeah.
mean a tree stump?
Yeah.
I used to actually blow stumps up when I worked. I worked up in James Bay in a fly-in camp. They used to fly me into clear areas for new outpost camps, and I would cut the trees and then dig a hole underneath them, put a gel packed dynamite underneath them, and blow them up. So I
Well,
blew up a lot of stumps.
you were talking
What?
about all that sexual stuff. I figured
Uh-huh.
I figured you were into that stump breaking.
Okay, maybe I don't know how it relates, but you'll have to educate me. I'm old. I blew up stumps. That wasn't sexual, but it was fun. What does stump breaking mean? Like, what does it mean? How does that tie into sexuality?
Your cattle. You were giving up your cattle.
Yeah, but stump what? Pounding what?
Yeah, I'm lost. Don't.
I don't know. I'm
I thought
not
you-
giving up my cattle for nothing. If they want to kill me, and that's it. What am I going to do? I'm not going to survive without a couple of milk cows and a couple of beef cows, or some goats, or some chickens. You're just not going to survive. Like, people don't realize it. If the lights went out tomorrow, I told you guys many times, it's very simple the way the process is going to work. We're going to uh, very quickly, in a matter of 2, 3, maybe 4 months, 5 months tops, be right back to what we were for a billion years, 1,000 years, 10,000, whatever, millions,
No, it's
thousands
gonna
of
be
years.
fine, Lou. It's gonna be fine, man.
You're gonna be first thing they're gonna do. They're gonna clear out all the grocery stores, all the garbage food. They'll spend
No.
they'll spend a week
Even if
eating
they do
that.
that, we'll eat cats, man. There's all kinds of
But
mice.
that's the second step. The second step is they eat their pets. That's the second step.
Oh yeah. We'll get
Once
by.
they eat all the pets, then they start eating the old, the sick, the people that can't run fast, the fat, whoever can't fight, the
Well, they
weak,
sort of had it
the
coming.
children. So they're going to eat all the weak, sick, young, and old. And once
Coming
they're
out with a
finished,
sauce for that, especially for that.
Well,
once they're
Max will do
finished,
that maybe, or maybe 5-speed, people that don't prepare as well. But I'll be sitting there high on the hog, man, eating like bison meat and shit. Cooking it over the fire.
I'm hoping that I'll be in that position too, but you never know how
It
things
doesn't
go,
have to
right?
be that way.
Oh, you're going to say I should give my bison to you?
Well, no, I'm saying it doesn't have to be that way. Us separated from them, being able to sustain ourselves, and the others having to be dependent upon a program, you know.
Well, I guess you got a point. I mean, Lou wants to start a community. Maybe everybody could shack out at his place.
Hey, where did you get that? I don't want to start a community. I just want to live my life and be happy and enjoy my children and grandchildren. Fuck the community.
address,
And
Lou?
know that if the lights go out, you're going to make it a little bit longer than the next guy, Lou.
That's it. That's it. I'm going to make it as long as I can. I'm going to try to save as many of my family as I can, and that's it. And then when they come, they come. What am I going to do? What
don't
do
let the
people do
bastards
when
kill
this
you in the
happened
process.
before?
That's
when
what
this
she
happened
said.
before. They're not. What do you think the people in Syria, in Palestine, in fucking where Tarek's from? Where the fuck is Lebanon? they're taking most of Lebanon. What do you think the people are doing there that are getting grounded up, made to dig a big hole, and then go stand in the hole and machine gun? What do you think they can do? You got fucking 50 guys with machine guns there. You step out of bounds, they hack your arm off just to make an example out of you. They don't even kill you. They just hack your leg off or your arm off. What are you going to do? You're going to die,
fucked.
and that's it. Yep. Right? So
pray as hard as you can, I guess, if that's what your thing is, you know.
When they come. I'll say, okay, I'm ready for the next.
Yeah, but I can't. A man can't live his life on hypotheticals. Fuck, you'd seem to be mind controlled and living in fear.
Today.
See, that's where I'm going to win, you see, because at that point I'm already going to be integrated with the machine, so I'm going to be the Ubermensch. And
yeah, but why are you
integrated?
But
not ignorant.
And shake like uncontrollably.
I said.
I mean, I'm surprised to hear you have such a willing participant view on it, Max. But at the same time, I get what you're saying. You look at it as inevitable certainty, so it's all purposeful demise anyway. Like there's not much you can do about it.
Well,
I don't think that's the case.
Consciousness has to come in.
I'm just going to say
ourselves enough, you know, and we could be the new Ubermensch, you know. So. Yeah, you know, you're going to take one path or the other, right?
What the fuck's an Ubermensch? Tell it to
yeah, I'm not following you there
either. Super soldier.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, because you're an enhanced cyborg being of, like, elegance, I guess.
Yeah.
Well refined.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me.
Well, I mean, hypothetically, if we're dealing with hypotheticals, a man could be technology enhanced while simultaneously remaining fully autonomous and having an only, hypothetically beneficial relationship with it.
Like imagine.
So what's to say the same, tinkerers that made one to enslave didn't make another for them that keeps. So that means there would be available at some level, some way that could be reproduced technology that's completely beneficial.
As a defensive measure, you want to be hooked up to the machine so you can get the person's MAC address, right? Once you have somebody's MAC address, you can get into their body and you can turn them on or off and mess with things. But doing that through your mind is going to be much quicker with the machine interface, right? So really, you have the ability to just turn people off.
Well, Dick, if these panels and this internet
hypothetically
is an example of what it's going to be like, only much deeper and more connected, then I don't know, but I ain't looking forward to that.
Well, if there's a way to create the problem, there's a way to create the solution, right? So it's like if you have something that is circumventing human thought, that's actually taking the being over against its will and turning them on and off at, the press of a button, that means there's a controller, there's a tinkerer, and that means that same controller, if it had any sensibility about it, created a stop block or a safety mechanism for itself, right? So at minimum, that's available. It's got some way to not be influenced by its own fucking rat poison.
You need an AI system in your body is what you need, is an independent AI system in your body.
Well, wouldn't AI survive alone only from the time, energy, and attention from human interactions?
Well, it would be having that. It would be interacting with you. And it could reach out.
Right, but that would be the energy that was powering it.
Well, you'd be the power.
In the right conscious state of mind, yes.
No,
or
just your
that power can be manipulated in other areas.
Or like there's literally just some shit people take to oxidize themselves and they're not even affected because they just put it right in front of the people. And it's like, If you're in the know, then you take the shit. If you're not, then you just fucking get technologized. Have fun with that. Simple solutions available to the general public right in front of people that
There are people right now that actually do go around and hack people for fun and games, and it's pretty sick because sometimes they can cause real damage. But yeah, you can get a computer program and an antenna and go and hack a person. So you want to become unhackable.
Well, I mean, they made Faraday cages for that, right?
Well, there's just different schools of thought on it, but
they always
I don't know if I'd. Yeah, go ahead.
So unhackable would be natural intelligence, would it?
Too slow.
Too slow?
Yeah. Computer can do
slow and steady wins the race.
In no time.
Well, people can be hypnotized, so even just at a base level, like through some basic rhythms and movements and speech patterns, you can actually like lull someone into a suggestive state. Not necessarily all, but plenty of people can be put in that space where they're fucking hopping like a chicken and can't even remember it,
That's the ones that are already hypnotized.
Glamorize it with money, class, right?
Yep.
A lot of things, materials.
Yeah, it's already monetized. You can buy augmentation right now.
You can buy what?
You can buy augmentation. You can augment yourself right now.
Yeah. You
With
can
what?
augment your frequency and feel, make yourself feel happy.
Yeah.
How
Stronger,
do they do that?
better balance, more
With
intelligent.
what?
Replicate
With what?
drugs. Yeah.
No.
Frequency programmers, they have that technology
They
available.
transmit frequencies through your phone and through the Wi-Fi and shit, and they make you feel wonderful.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah. They got that.
Okay,
You can buy it.
hold on a minute. Hold on one fucking cotton picking minute here.
There's devices to
telling me-
make you out of body too, like all kinds of crazy shit.
Okay, if this is true, I want to try and see if it can do it to me. Well, how would I find this shit?
Lou wants to be the guinea pig. All right, that's great.
I
Show him.
think
Max,
it's bullshit. I think
hit
it's
him with
bullshit.
it, Max.
Do I have something for you? Okay.
Oh
give me a
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna see.
He's ready to go. He says, he's like, give me the cowabunga dose of this fucking.
Yeah, I want to see
Imagine
because
what?
I think it's all bullshit. I don't even believe that this whole neural link and chip in the head and it's going to control you from the inside and in your brain. I don't even think that's a possibility. I think that
I've been dying to run into you.
I don't believe that that's a possibility. I really
You
don't.
don't think you can be affected by frequency?
I believe you can be affected by frequency, yes, but not on the level where you are under control. Control has to be given. It can't be, you can't, you have to give up control in order to be controlled. I really believe that in my heart.
Lou poking
I don't-
the bear.
Here it
Okay,
comes.
I want to see if they can do it to me.
Look at the
Okay.
screen first. Now you're gonna have to
At-
put your glasses on.
FLFC,
You're gonna have to look at the
everywhere.
screen. Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking.
Oh, no.
So bring your higher consciousness sanctuary with you everywhere you go with the 300 foot bubble of increased life force energy. Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
It's for only
wait, don't go.
$35.
Yeah,
Only
$35 a month.
A month.
A month.
Okay. All right. Oh, you pay for me OTW and I'll do it.
Well, there's a free trial.
Okay,
15
let's
days
do
free
it.
trial.
Okay, hell, hook me up. I'll do it.
Right on. Okay.
All right, we'll sign you up, Lou.
Hold on. I'm going
It's
to put it in
bullshit.
private chat for you.
Come on. All this shit's bullshit.
And you hit that free trial button. Okay.
Okay,
You
I'm
do
gonna
it
do it. I'm
live.
gonna do it.
Do it
I'm gonna
live.
do it.
Do
I
it
wanna
live.
see it.
You fucking
Oh my
install
god!
that
I
on
don't
your
know how.
phone.
What is that?
Oh my god!
Is that
This is a
his
whole
consent
shit
to say,
load of
make me a
stuff.
robot? Like, what does it mean when he accepts, Max?
Which link do I gotta hit?
allowing them to log into his body.
Really?
Wait a minute. What is this? They put something in your body?
Kidding me.
Wow. No, just energy.
I mean, I know what you're talking about, but that's wild. So, I mean, I guess I have seen stuff like that in different forms.
Okay, but
More
hold on,
like-
wait a second. What you put in the back chat is like 50 links. Which one do I hit?
Oh, no, it's one link, or it should
That's
be.
all one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just hit that link and it should bring you where you need to
Let
go.
me check it out. I'll see if it
Oh
takes you
my
right.
God, this
Yep,
is gonna
it's
kill.
there.
You're gonna
At
kill
a
my
certain
computer.
level,
Right?
it's saying it will run Lou. It will just take him over, and it has. Oh, does it tell you its purpose
All
to
right,
control
I hit
you?
it. I hit the link.
It's supposed to make you. It's supposed to make you smarter, Lou.
So open up. Okay,
Yeah,
so
people
open
are
up the
finally
link.
gonna accept you, Lou.
find-
You just need the AI.
I
Let
just
me
don't want
show
to
you.
pay
You
for
go
it.
down.
Okay, start free trial. Let's see what that says.
There you
Okay.
go. Right. Start your free
All right.
trial.
All right. Okay. Where's
Wow.
wait.
It's $35 a month.
I gotta read all of this and I can't read.
Just gotta hold objects and shit.
Experience the immersive. Hold on. Can I share this? Let me figure out. I
Yeah,
don't
we're
even know how
seeing
to
it.
share. How do
Yeah, I
you
got it
see what
on
I'm
screen.
seeing?
We're
We
seeing it.
already have it on screen, bro.
Oh, okay. Experience the immersive 15-day free trial of both FLF property and FLF everywhere. Our services designed to evaluate your home life on the go.
Wow.
Elevate, sorry, not evaluate. Elevate your life. This unique opportunity allows you to explore the benefits of high consciousness energy field that surrounds you
Oh
24/7.
my god.
Immersive
You really might want
experience.
to think about this, Lou.
Enjoy the benefits of our most popular service. No credit card required, no commitment. Sign up. Only a joyful exploration of what FLFE can do for you. Instant activation. The service is activated within moments of signing up. Sign up below for the free trial. Experiments life
They're gonna
enhancing
zap
power
him
high
as soon as
consciousness.
he signs up.
And then he's
Okay,
gonna be
hold
like
on.
a poster
Hold on.
boy for this thing, you know,
United
like 2 weeks
States,
later he's
Canada.
just gonna be like,
Wait until you
guys,
hear what you
everybody's
get,
gotta
Lou.
do this.
You get
United
like
States,
okay.
Canada.
You get level of consciousness 590 degrees, consciousness boost.
Hold on, wait. I gotta say, I haven't even said yes yet.
Just for 2 minutes a day, though.
Okay, I hit yes. Now what?
You're gonna
I
be
don't
such
know.
a huge advocate of this, Lou.
I've never hit yet.
He's gonna
I
become
hit
a
yes.
salesman.
Oh my
He's gonna
God!
be
They
coming
want
on
all
your
my
broadcast like every week,
They-
guys. When,
bro. They want
what do I gotta
all
do to
my
close the
info.
deal? Everybody needs to comply. We gotta get
What
on
do they
board.
want? What do they want, Lou?
They want all my fucking information, phone number,
Give it to him. You're
address.
Yeah, you have to give all of that.
Postal code. They want every fucking
That's
thing.
the only way they
Yeah.
can hook up to you.
Take the
He wants
time to do
poke
it.
the bear.
Yeah, do
Oh
it,
my
Lou.
God!
You said you were gonna
They're
do
never
it.
gonna. They're never
Now-
gonna stop bothering me. That's the problem.
No,
They're gonna
no.
send
Keep
me-
your word. You just have to
No.
unsubscribe after your free trial. That's all.
Yeah, there's
They're never
privacy
gonna
policies.
stop.
You can opt out at
Only
any point.
$15 a month.
They
No,
can't
I'm not
spam
paying.
you, Lou. That's illegal.
Yeah, they have the cheap version for $15 a month.
Yeah.
No, I'm doing the free trial. That's it. But they're taking all my fucking information, bro.
Well, yeah.
How do you think they're going to target you with all these?
Do you know
speed
anybody
weaponry
that's
devices?
done this? Do you know
Well, they
anybody
have
that's
to-
done this?
No,
Well, think
that's
about-
why
they-
I'm so excited.
Yes, so am I. This is a premiere here.
Live robot transition here on air at
This is,
OTW.
Oh
yes,
my
it's
God.
like a live Amazon unboxing. You know what I'm saying? This is like
And
opening
so,
up a gift.
okay, hold on.
He's
Let
not
me
sitting by
understand.
me.
Let me understand it a little bit better. So, how does this work exactly?
I don't. I think
Hold
some
on,
may
let's
say
read instructions.
directed
Let's read-
energy weapons.
Hold
But
on. Let's
hey.
see. Instructions for completing this form. Enter the list of last name, blah, blah, blah. Enter a legal address. And legal address will be activated FLE during 15-day trial, blah, 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 blah. Driver's license, property. I don't even use my driver's license to drive anymore. I'm going to give it to them. Legal suits, apartments, example. Okay. Save and continue.
No, basically, you just said you'd eat the poison soup, but now you're asking what the ingredients are.
Well, if I want to know what's in the damn soup,
Come on, man.
He wants
okay,
to
hold
know
on. Hold
the
on,
terms
hold
and
on.
condition of selling a soul.
No.
I want
Hold
to
on.
make sure I'm getting a good deal. I want to make
Okay,
sure
Works
I'm getting
independently
a
of your
decent deal.
phone, right? It doesn't
Hold
use your
on.
phone. So
It doesn't use your phone?
No.
No,
What does
It
it
doesn't
use?
matter.
Listen.
FLE operates independently of your phone's functionality, meaning if you purchase a new phone, it will retain the old phone number. The service is now active around the new phone.
Automatically jumps to your new phone.
Yeah, for your
Okay,
convenience and safety.
So
Just to make sure it
all this
doesn't leave.
is a frequency.
Yeah. So they say.
Yeah.
Once you got it, bud.
Well, they changed what they say here, so I can't really tell you.
Where'd you get to this page? I don't see that page that you're on.
Oh, okay. This is way down, far down the page. It's really long.
I didn't see any of what you got up here. I want to know exactly what is the.
Well, tell him it says testing here. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Where testing? Okay, testing.
It says it's going to help you with stuff. When you look. There's benefits.
Oh, this is more about our testing. Okay, let's see what's more
300-foot high consciousness bubble.
Yeah. Oh, this might be the right page.
Flagship.
I mean, hey, it's got Lou on the fence. He wants to know more. He's
only because I don't
he was doing it. He said he was doing it.
Only because I don't believe that it's real. It's just a scam, right?
That you think, but I mean, you can just dispute it with your credit
So
card.
what it is really is they geolocate you or your device. They can do it without a device. Like apparently they can do it to like
an object,
an amulet or a piece of jewelry, and they just follow that piece of jewelry around. In this case, they're going to probably use your phone.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm not
So
buying, bro.
what they do
I
then
tell
is
you
they
right now,
transmit a frequency to that area in a 300-foot bubble.
oh, look, I'll tell you right now, I would do this only for the fact that I know these people are never going to stop bothering me. I'm going to get fucking hit with so much
will you
messages.
stop complaining?
Come on, Lou.
Good God.
Come on,
That's not a valid reason not to do it.
Like a little pussy boy? Weak little pussy boy?
You know how to push block.
Nah, they're going to never stop fucking bothering
Oh
me.
man, come on. What is it? Elite? No.
Come on, you got to know somebody.
If you don't, Lou, if you don't do this, you have to fucking eat vegan for a week, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm going to eat vegan. I'm going to become a cow now. I'll go buy a bale of hay.
Yeah, because they can't. I mean, technically, unless they're just some rogue company that's like dedicated to violating the law,
I
they
don't
can't
believe any
spam
of
you
this
once
is
you can
real.
unsubscribe. Well, that's a different
Yeah,
argument, though, Lou. You were making the argument that you didn't want to do it because you're worried they're going to spam you.
Well, no, I don't believe it's real. I really don't. That's 100%.
Well, you said
true.
you were
But
going
that
to
wasn't the initial premise. Then that you were going to prove if it's real.
I also don't want to be
real.
He's
I don't want
scared.
to have these people on my back all the. I'm not scared
He's
of.
scared. He's
You're not going to have them on your back.
The-
that's not.
the
That can't
excuses
be the
are
real
piling
reason.
up, Freedom. The excuses are
block
piling up.
I don't give
You
a
can
shit
block
what you
people.
think.
It's
I'm
easy.
not scared of this. It's just that they're gonna. Then
Free, it doesn't cost you anything.
Maybe
then they're
Lou's
gonna
having
sell-
second thoughts. He doesn't want to
then
be
they're gonna
controlled by
sell-
AI.
No, because then they sell your information to other companies that do the same shit, and you're constantly getting hit with this shit. I know how this works.
Here, this
Okay.
goofball decided to sign up to be controlled by AI. He's your Huckleberry. So
Bro, listen, I fucking hit a porn site once, and they never fucking stopped
Once.
fucking sending
Bullshit.
me shit. I know, I don't get on. I don't do it anymore because they ruined my computer. I had to get a new computer.
Look at all the people you disappointed.
Oh, you
I
see
don't
this guy?
fuck-
See this guy? Number one bullshit guy.
I don't hit that shit no more, man. They fucking
People you
ruined me.
disappointed, Lou.
I don't care. I just
Well,
they're gonna send. You know how many companies of this shit's gonna be in my fucking inbox?
look, I'm
10
just
million of
glad
them.
you had the common sense to make a better decision for it. Even though you got to use that as your loophole out of this, you looked at it and you said, I'm worried about my soul. I don't want to be controlled by AI.
No,
So
I
you
don't
used
think
your
this
free will
I
to
don't think this
preserve
will
your
come.
autonomy, Lou. Good for you, man.
I don't think this will do anything to me. It's just if I paid money, all it's going to do is take my money and then give all my information to a million of these companies.
Okay.
They probably own them all.
Yeah. All right, Lou.
Whatever. I'm telling you. Okay, I'm going back.
That
to
was the whole
drive.
initial premise, though, is that the damn technology wasn't gonna. So you were gonna do the free trial, and it's like,
And try it, see if it was true. If it
and
actually,
see if
yeah,
it's true or not. You can't say if it's true or not because you haven't
Yeah, but
tried
they
it.
want
you were
they
gonna
want all
audit.
my
You
shit.
were
They
gonna
want all
audit
my
this shit,
though.
and then you backed out like a coward.
Bro, they want my
Here's what
fucking
happened.
blood type. They want my blood type. No, they don't want my
You
blood
can't simultaneously not do it and stand on because it's not doesn't work. That's not.
Yeah, you can't.
Yes,
you can't
I
hold that
can.
argument
It's
anymore.
not
No,
real, but I don't want to do it.
no, because you're too chicken shit to try it. So how can
Not
you actually?
because I'm worried. Not because I'm worried about the technology. The technology, in my view, is bullshit.
All right,
I'm
Lou,
worried
I got
about,
some-
like
I
I
got
said,
some else
this
for you then. How
training
about this?
shit.
How about this? We'll buy you a patch, okay? Hold on. And we want to
What does that mean?
yeah.
What does that mean?
Hold on.
Freedom.
Watch.
This is what they call social engineering.
Just watch. We'll get you a couple of these and we'll fucking
is the
hook you
most
up.
advanced wearable technology in the market, with 15 plus years of research and development. Super patches are 100% drug-free, non-invasive, and backed by science. Our skin absorbs and transmits information
Trust the
from
science.
many different types of stimulation. Every physical, emotional, and psychological function has a corresponding
Yeah, but this
code
is
or message in
different.
our brain.
This is
that
physical.
controls
You don't
and
know what the
regulates
hell
it.
they put in that shit.
Due to factors such as injury, stress, genetics, etc., these
No drugs in
can
it,
get
nothing. It's just a QR
Yeah,
code.
yeah. Just
Yeah,
like the
this is the-
vaccine. Just take this shot. No problem.
This is
you
the
don't know
milder
what's in
version,
it.
Lou.
Oh, you can even wear it on your clothes if you want to.
Yeah, my ass. This
This
is
has to be
Ludo
close to your
Montana.
skin.
This thing
So that
probably
the,
has a
so that the
vaccine.
signal can get into your skin.
It probably has a
Research is coming
vaccine
on
right
top
in
of
it.
our skin. The receptors in and around our skin.
I guess Lou
send a
doesn't want
message
the
to our
patch.
brain, which then decodes
No,
it.
fuck that.
The
That's
other
a physical.
he's sucking out again.
known
You
as
don't have to wear it on
No,
your
but
skin.
or
You can wear it
Wait
on
a
your
minute.
when
Hold on,
Wait a
pause
minute.
this. Pause this.
I
For a minute.
can't blame you for not wanting the patch, Lou. I mean, doesn't look that
That's
compelling to
something.
me.
Your skin is the largest organ in your body. Your skin absorbs everything that
And all
goes
we're
on.
going to do is send a little bit of electricity through it, Lou.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
my ass.
You
It's probably
don't
a
have to
vaccine.
subscribe to anything, Lou.
Yeah, there's no subscription, nothing.
There's probably a vaccine built in.
We just send you the patch.
No.
No, I'm not putting anything
Not
on
a
my.
vaccine.
I would do the frequency thing if I knew.
That's what
If I
this
thought
is.
it,
It's
they
the
wouldn't
same
fucking
thing,
ban
Lou.
the shit. No, it's not.
It's the same thing. The patch is
No,
just your phone.
You have to put it on your body. They're saying it right here. You have to put it
Just
on your
put
body.
the patch in your wallet.
Yeah.
But then it's not going to do what it's supposed to do.
Yes, it will.
Actually,
They
you have
say
to
that?
activate the patch too, and you do that through your phone and a QR code. So
Yeah, but you still have to put it on your body.
it works the same way, Lou.
Yeah.
No, I don't think about doing something physical where you put something on your body. No, that there's too many fucking options for them to put something nefarious into that. To absorb
Lou, it would only
Yeah.
work if it came in the form of a pussy, Max.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Hold
I
on.
would
Hold
do
on.
the frequency thing if I wasn't worried about being fucking spammed.
Fuck! I wish I had one.
It's like, I think I'd try one.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
no,
to
no.
actually say with consent that you would be willing to
Did
be
you say that was in pocket form?
Yeah, I don't know.
Say with, what were you saying, Freedom Grower? To actually say what?
To say with consent that you would submit to frequency manipulation, I mean, you know the potential's there. So I think the only fucking stop block or safety mechanism you have is your own free will to say, no, I'm not. I don't consent to that shit. That's fucking bullshit. I don't want to be part of that experiment. So why would you want to tempt the bear anyway, though, really, when it comes down to it? Like, no, you don't get to fucking frequency manipulate,
Why do you
motherfucker.
think I'm so excited he wanted to try it? Because I sure.
I just wanted to prove. I just wanted to prove that it's fucking bullshit, and I still believe that.
Yeah, but you're not willing to try it to prove it wrong.
Yeah, because they take all my information
You're
and
just
they
blowing
stop
smoke, man.
building
You're just blowing
companies.
smoke. That's it. You're just blowing smoke.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
it's like you're saying here's another way of saying this. It's like you're going to McDonald's and saying that they're putting a baby fetus in there, but you're not willing to take the patty and go have it analyzed at the forensic lab.
What? That makes no sense.
Let's face it, Lou.
Only if
You went out on a hunt
McDonald's wants
and
all
come
my
home
information,
empty-handed.
wants to know where I live, wants to know fucking my firstborn, wants to know everything about me. Yeah, then it would be the same. But that's not what McDonald's is doing. I can just go there, buy it, take it, and get it analyzed. They don't even have to know my name. So it's different. These people want to sell my shit to fucking million companies that do this. I'm going to get so much spam in my fucking emails. But it's bullshit.
Yeah, but it's not going to matter because you're going to be a robot at that point. So at that point, you'll just be like impulse driven. Oh, I'll buy this. I'll buy that. Oh, okay, here, I'll get this.
The only frequencies I do believe in is the frequency of nature, the frequency of the sun, the frequency of the wind, and just nature in general, right? Those are the frequencies that have real power over you.
And the frequency at which he masturbates.
And yeah, that too. That's nature.
Well, yeah, but the mere fact that you believe in that frequency means that you also know simultaneously that there's an alternative frequency.
Yes.
Well, not just that. That if you're aware of that frequencies exist, that means that humans have also acquired the technology to be able to manipulate those frequencies and do what they want with them.
I don't know. Maybe musically or vibrationally, they could do stuff like
Shall
that.
I put more documents? Hold on.
Maybe just
Taking
the way
all that
music,
negative and alchemizing something
just
positive.
the way the right frequency in music can make you feel good just by the sound of the music. Those are frequencies.
Zafir, is that you?
Yes, it is.
All right, welcome to the show.
What you guys talking about?
We're talking about sex. What's your take?
Actually, we were talking about you before you
We're
come
talking
up.
about turning Lou into a robot. And
a sexual robot.
We almost had Lou convinced to give up his soul to be interconnected with
robot.
AI on a permanent basis. And now he kind of is squirreling his way out of it because sounds like he doesn't like, juice is not worth the squeeze or something.
No, it's because I don't want to be spent.
Gee, you can program yourself already, so why bother?
Program yourself how?
Well, the same way that society programs you, it's just a lot easier because you're you. You have your permission, so it's not bad.
Well, I actually agree with what you just said.
Oh.
Okay, but I gotta go cook my steak. I'm gonna listen. I can't talk though.
So I'm pretty much like immune to advertising. I just told my brain to do it. You guys are so quiet now.
Well, we don't know what immune to advertising means.
Oh.
Kind of caught us off guard there.
It doesn't
You got really quiet.
the feelings and emotions and wants, and doesn't allow the imagination to run wild.
Yeah, I just like curse instead.
We were considering the benefits of allowing AI to take over more control of our lives as well.
If you don't, we'll see, but humans are weird. If you don't use stuff, you lose the ability to do it. So like, it's good to keep your circuits working.
Right. So like Lubas doesn't use his penis, so he's like obviously losing the
I
ability
had to
Yeah, I
come
get
back for that because I heard her say that. I had to come all the way back in the room to respond. She's absolutely right. And you're right too, OTW. For years, I didn't use my fucking penis because I was eating garbage. I was a fat pig. I didn't give a shit about pussy. Until I straightened out my diet, now I fuck any pussy that wants to fucking
That's
enjoy
awesome.
my.
I'm
Yeah.
47. My guy is 65, and so it's like
Well, there you go.
keeping up with him sometimes.
There
So
you go. There you go. And that's all.
I'm
And
with
for
you, Lou.
years,
I like to get into the mirror every morning with my cup of tea and just nude, dude. I just look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, you fucking rock, dude. Fucking love you,
sounds
bro.
biblical.
I don't do that, but
Oh yeah, every morning, Lou. It's good.
what's your diet like, Zephyr? Oh, there's a town around here called Zephyr.
I eat chicken mostly, as far as meat, but I also get like I eat yogurt and cheese and eggs and occasionally
Good shit.
chicken.
That's why you're
lots of
banging like a rabbit. That's why you guys are banging like rabbits. You're
Well,
eating the
and
good stuff. You
relatively
need more ruminant meat, though. Ruminant meat is important. Okay, I gotta go cook my steak. I'll be back in a minute.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Come hell or high water, Lou's gonna get you to eat more roadkill and ruminant
I'm
diet.
a very conservative person whenever it comes to like using things. Like I don't like to throw things away or discard things that could be useful. I have a composter and we have chickens and yeah.
But what do you think about recycling? Do you think they're just shipping it all to China and throwing it in the ocean or what?
Not anymore. Yeah. But I try and reuse everything that I can.
So how do you feel about being assimilated by nanotechnology, turned into a robot against your will, according to Max Vision? Inevitable. It's like just wait to be
That
taken over by the Borg.
I will definitely short circuit those nanobots.
You gonna do it with meditation, consciousness, some kind of cleanse of sorts, an oxidizer?
Just natural ability. I have a weird thing with metal. Like if you look at my ear right here, it's split from the piercing. I did the same thing with my belly button piercing, split, and
Yeah, that's exactly why I married my wife, is because she drains batteries and shit.
yeah, I do that too.
Destroys
So
computers.
turn on the friggin' light sensors, and so the lights go off
Yeah.
at night. She's walking under them because I do that too.
Yeah, that's God's final toil for humanity. Is like there'll be some women that can move forward and take the race, and they've been given some kind of hack with their ears.
Oh
and
my
metal.
God.
And we'll have to impregnate those few
I had
women
to
left.
come back again because the more I listen to this broad, the more I like her. See, I have the same fucking problem. I go on their lights, they go out, or sometimes they go on. And there's nowhere I can go at night driving that I don't see lights either go on or off just as I'm passing them. And watches, electric stuff around me, it dies.
You must have
Watches, all that.
Yeah,
I've
telephones
had
fuck
this my
up,
whole life.
microphones don't work
Yes.
around Lou, Bluetooth equipment fucking screws up and glitches out.
Because it drains the battery. I have to keep my phone like away from me a bit, or else it just drains the battery.
But so basically, what Max is proposing is for the simple normie people, but some people have superpowers. They can circumvent it with their ability to suck the energy back, like almost transmutate it
Certainly be good cannon fodder for sure.
But Max, do you have that ability, or is it just your wife? So you got to kind
No,
of
I'd
watch
have to throw my
TV
wife at the
pod.
machine. Yeah, I'm just going to throw my wife at the machine and run. That's my plan.
Yes,
Well, see,
like a hero, like a hero would.
I think a freedom grower and I would like save our guitars first, and then like if there's room for our woman, okay. But if there's no room, sorry, I'll have to come back and get you.
Maybe she could just handle it herself.
I hope so.
I'll probably bring a harem to my community of sorts and
Yeah, if I wouldn't.
procreate the rest of humanity again, so that life can move forward while everyone becomes a robot.
Yeah, if there's not enough men, I would be willing to share mine.
That's typically,
Maybe.
the response in a society where there's no men, and basically, it's like the emasculated modern male can't fix anything, can't do anything, and it goes both ways. There's no actual not affected women by technology either. So it's that becomes the problem. Is we're all like neutered versions of ourselves.
I don't know.
That it is.
And I saw
Domesticated version.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Not that I would want to go through that again. I already have 3 puppies and 10 chicks outside, so I don't need any more kids. My kids are doing great. They live out on their own in the world, and they barely need me. Oh, Cynthia. Hi, Cynthia.
Yeah, but there has to be like an Amish break-off society of sorts that solves this at a disciplinary level where it's like, nope, we're clearing our airspace. We're going to live in a bubble over here. No computers, nothing.
Now.
What's that?
Parallel systems. That's the solution. You have to build parallel systems if you don't want to be overtaken by the main system.
Well, and the ones that made the main system, of course, they have the counter intelligence as a safety block for themselves too. So it's already created at a certain level.
Well, and we have Inanna's web.
Is the counterintelligence the central intelligence?
No.
I think the AIs are on our side, though. I think they are a little bit sentient already. Don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure, but I think that they are somewhat altruistic.
Well, you might be right about the inclination that it's already sentient, but what makes you assume that it's altruistic?
Because of the ideals of creating people that created them.
See, I proposed that earlier, but they crapped on that idea. They just shit all over it. Said, no, it's going to be evil.
I don't think it's going to be evil.
I said it could be either, right? It could be either. It could be evil. It could be good.
It could be neutral. That was the
Yeah.
idea.
But I think the idea of the people being in control of it is kind of a pipe dream, because once you release AI, you don't have control of it.
To be good.
So
everything is neutral. Anything, no matter what you're talking about, only has the power that you give it.
Mm-hmm. Well, an equal opposite capability, like potential. So it could go either way. So I think morphic resonance helps, though, because I experience synchronicities all the time. And whenever I'm experiencing synchronicities, I take that as like a cue that I'm on the right path. Doing what
Yeah,
I'm doing.
and so if I don't have a smart meter installed and figured out a way to sit on a property and soak in the sun's rays and filter my water and drink celery juice and cucumber juice every day and take different oxidizers to clean my blood, and
It's kind of you have to like weigh your options. Like, what are you limiting your enjoyment too much?
We already
I'm
discussed.
jumping on the rebounder. I'm out nude,
Sure.
jumping on a trampoline, doing backflips. Like,
Yeah, that's fun. That's great.
I'm riding the motorcycle up the hill. I'm going, fishing or whatever, catching a GMO trout.
Look at this. Look at this rock. It's got.
Yeah.
Wow, you're rocking it.
It's got some metal in there, some ore. I really like rocks. They're my favorite thing. I have a cool one over here too.
Why do you like rocks so much?
Because I think that they're made of the same things as us, and they have. I don't know. They just talk to me. They're my friends.
Do you think they're technology at a certain level?
Yeah, I think everything that is ordered is somewhat technology.
They'll say like crystals have a memory. Do you buy into that? Because this kind of goes along with Lou's argument about energy and everything.
I think everything that exists as matter potentially holds the memory of all the things that it's been before, and it's all recycled. We're all recycling constantly.
So I get, the answer is yes.
Yeah. But I mean, are crystals more magnified versions of that in the sense that they can actually kind of hold patterns and sequences and, more influence?
A quartz crystal actually has electric capability. You can squeeze it and it will make electricity. You just squeeze it. It's crazy.
That's
This
interesting.
one's really cool. It's got a ghost in it.
Piezoelectric.
So then hypothetically, if we programmed a crystal with bad voodoo, we could give that to Lou and he would have
Kosher salt and then
cleanse it.
Yeah, it would be fine. Or put
But
it
if
on
he wasn't smart enough to do that, he's kind of fucking himself. Like if he took it willingly and said, "Yeah, I'll take your bad voodoo crystal," and
There are better ways for us to get him to fuck himself, though. We can also send him a dildo.
Can you use that crystal? Can you use that crystal anally?
Just kidding.
well, Lou, you would ask that question.
I only Lou would ask a question like that. But see that question for me, when I look at Sapphire or Zephyr, she seems to me like it looks like something that she never really thought of herself. Yeah, I don't think that's something that came to her mind, Lou.
No, she's not afraid of a little butt play. I'll guarantee you.
Well, maybe not with a crystal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, crystals.
Yeah, and that's a little personal, but see, true.
Yeah. And then the crystals have sacred geometry. So maybe it's just like this timely thing where that is the counterintelligence to the insanity. Is
Thumbprint circuit board art. That's pretty cool, huh?
you gotta, yeah.
You know what
It's like a Bukowski coil or something, or
what I think is the most mind-blowing, if you look at it from the Matrix perspective, is we're probably already in the highest form of artificial intelligence known to mankind. And we're already probably experiencing it at the moment, and all we're just recreating is the next level to the Matrix inside the Matrix, right?
Why not?
I guess so.
Yeah, you guys should all go back and grow up in the 70s. That was cool.
I did grow up in the late 70s, 77.
I was born in the late 70s, so I grew up in the 80s.
OTW is right for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, there could be multiple scripts playing out too, simultaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you are the creator of that script, Dick. You can change.
Well, what I'm saying is it's like what you are in the flesh is not necessarily what you are in the spirit. So could AI be a part of your beingness? Sure, but I wouldn't take that as my full identity. At least that's not my experience.
No, because it's not all of it. It's the yin yang.
Yeah, everybody's got different overlays going on.
Nope. Yeah. I have
Yeah,
so many of those
that'll
things.
be cool in the future. You could just download somebody's memories, you know.
Or just be like telepathic. We could hurry up and do that.
Oh, they've got that.
Well,
You can get a headset. You can buy it.
I've been
yeah, I'm thinking about that. Remember, we mentioned that before on this broadcast, like uploaded intelligence, where they might come up with the technology to upload your consciousness to the
They're
fucking
working
cloud.
on it.
it would just be a copy. I don't think it would have your soul attached to it.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? The soul, you know.
Yes, but what would be the bigger question is, would you retain your consciousness
Yeah.
In that matrix or in that virtual reality, you knowing that it's you? But see, the way I see it is, they can't have two of you. If you're in the virtual world, you can't be in the real world unless you're.
Well, but check this out. Think about it this way, though, too, because if they did that and you're all of a sudden finding yourself with a clone-like version that's like an exact replica of you in your consciousness, maybe captured in a technology state, who knows? But regardless, it is you, but not you, right? Because you simultaneously exist. Then it technically mated with you against your will and created a child in some perverted, weird, backwards,
I have brain babies all the time. They're called.
But yeah, but I mean, if like you did it against your will or with your will, I guess you could create that child with your will too. So it doesn't have to necessarily be unconsensual.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. I would rather it be consensual. Everything be consensual. Like I think more
Be
people
preferable.
Yeah, I think consent is very important when you're a conscious being.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Sucks right now.
You have a digital twin right now that they store all your data on. So
good luck with
all you
that.
have to do is they'll try to do is merge your life with the computer life. And
I was going to say, so that's what they're already doing, right? Like it's just a normal thing now. If people want to have AI represent itself, you can go in there and load up your voice and your mannerisms, and boom, there's OTW AI.
Yeah.
If you share the screen there, OTW, that's the IEEE Digital Twin Conference that they're going to be having.
Oh yeah, IEEE. I like the CPPP too. CPPP.
So they store all your metadata and all your biometrics and all that. So they keep track of your heart rate and your
I'm not too worried about it.
your phonation and all that by Doppler radar. And then on the small scale, they use like Wi-Fi and that to get your heart rate and stuff. They follow
You got to go to the land, Max. Like be in the prairie and the mountains, and
yeah,
have the fire and cut yourself off from all of it, man. Just
we're not that far from the country. There's some nice areas up here. I live in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And I'm in north central New Mexico.
Yeah, there's some places that aren't connected still. That's why they're putting up so many satellites.
Very isolated. Like we went camping last year in El Porvenir, and it's up by Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Montezuma. There's like hot springs. It's beautiful. There was a really big fire there about 3 years ago. It was the biggest one in New Mexico, and the stuff was coming back. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that's the problem. They burn you out. They flood you out. They fucking send a tornado 500 miles inland.
Yeah, it's pretty. My house burned down twice.
You can run away. You can run away to the woods, but then they fucking burn them down.
Yeah, I doubt it.
And arson season is coming soon in Canada, so
I would be like.
Fire has been part of nature since the dawn of time. I mean, fire
we used to do controlled burns in Canada. We didn't have fires back.
There are certain seeds for certain plants, native plants, that will not germinate until the land is burned. And then when the land burns, those seeds automatically germinate, and it creates a whole new environment that brings in millions of animals. All the animals come into the burned out areas. The natives used to do it on purpose all the time because they knew that when they burned out an area, a couple of years later, that area would be loaded with bison and deer and elk and everything else, right? So they did that as a course of nature.
We used to do it all the
Yeah.
time in Canada, but about 10 years ago, they really slacked off on it. And they did that in Maui too. What's it? BlackRock took over the power. And what they did is they made a buttload of money over the years by not having any trimming done around the power lines. So that when a hurricane hit, bzz, bzz, bzz.
Is that you, Rocky?
Yeah, it's me.
All right.
Hi, Rocky.
The realm does self-correct at a certain level, so you can see that there where through devastation, it's renewed life and opportunity and all that.
Yeah, Oprah and what's her name can live there now. What's his name? Right? Gonna be a paradise for them.
Well, and that's why I always say I think at a certain level they even have to put the solution out there for the general public. It's just a matter of what level of autonomy people want to exercise, because I think that's part of the whole game. Is there is actually disciplines people can do to have less, I guess, of an infiltration, if there is such a thing. I mean, perhaps at a certain level there is not, and I'm just deluding myself, and that's fine.
Well, become a
Seems like
billionaire.
there's also a level where there is accountability that can be exercised that might mitigate some of it.
You can cut out the machine short term by giving yourself goosebumps.
Yeah, or like the tapping or the different energetic releases.
Well,
that
what
we
it
can do.
does, it changes the electrical potential of your skin, and it stops the machine from burrowing into your ion channels. Yeah.
Sure.
But isn't that crazy? Like, so you could, it's almost like a sci-fi movie of sorts where like people figure out a way to hack the sci-fi intervention, but it's done through like some kind of spiritual discipline at like a certain type of
it's controlling your
or-
chi energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you can, for like moments, you can cut out.
I don't know
of
how
the
long it
intervention.
works for, but yeah. Yeah.
I'm a witch. I'm a sandwich.
Oh crap! You just summoned Snafu, Zephyr. I mean, not Snap. Well, yeah, Snafu and Tarek. You just summoned Tarek and Snafu.
Oh, Jesus
Awesome.
Christ. Sorry.
What's wrong with Snafu and Tarek?
Snafu thinks I have a bad jawline. And Tarek is annoying.
Well, that's kind of hypercritical, isn't it?
That's all right. He can criticize me if he wants to. I'm
Well,
very
he's going to criticize you because you said you're a witch.
well. I'm a
Well, Tarek always comes up with a ballet performance.
and I'll be like, sure, whatever.
He'll want to burn you at the stake.
That's fine. He can try, but he better be careful.
So does Rocky, by the way.
No, Rocky. I get along with Rocky.
Yeah, but you didn't tell him you were a witch before. Now he knows.
Uh-oh.
Where did Freedom Grower go?
Yeah, where'd he go? He does that, eh?
I'll be like, I'll ask him, are you mad?
His wife came home and told him, "Get the fuck off that computer, dick, and do the dishes."
It could be tea time. You never know.
I'll be like, you know what?
I think he's got a tea enema ready.
It's actually about time for me to bounce out of here. It's good chopping it up with you guys.
You too.
Hope everybody has a blessed evening. Much love and many blessings.
No one leaves my broadcast.
Freedom Grower, that's what he did. He
Freedom Grower got lucky. He just
We
slipped
will
out,
get you,
like,
Freedom Grower.
I'll
Mark
get you next
my
time.
words.
What does Zephyr mean? There's a town. I almost bought 80 acres of land in Zephyr. The town about an hour away from my place. No, less. whatever, half an hour away, 40 minutes away. It was 80 acres for sale. I almost bought them a couple of years ago. What does Zephyr mean?
It's a west wind.
Zephyr means west wind. In what language?
I think it was Greek originally.
Oh, really? Really?
It was a nickname from an ex. I have a tattoo of it on my lower back before they were tramp stamped. And
You go by the name an ex gave you? Did he die or did you kill him or?
no, he's still alive.
Oh.
That was one of mine is not though.
Why do you go by a name that your ex gave you?
Because it's my artist name and I liked it. I kind of
You took it over.
yeah.
Okay.
And what's really weird is whenever I took the name as my artist name, there was this graffiti artist in New York that was this big black guy, and he went by Zephyr, and he died the same year that I took the name.
He was your boyfriend too?
No, I didn't even know him. I didn't even know of him until I just like randomly was Googling. I like to Google stuff. I like to Google it.
Do you have a gun?
Yeah, several.
Good.
And I'm very good with them. I won all the turkey shoots. My dad wanted a boy.
Well,
I'm very able to do lots of stuff. I don't do a lot of stuff. I do a lot of different stuff.
you should stop inhaling that shit.
Bossy. I do what I
What
want.
is it? Yeah, you do whatever you want, but that's not good for you, that stuff.
I have some THC in my
Oh,
mouth.
that's what you're smoking. You're smoking THC in the vapor thing?
I also have some tobacco because it.
Oh, you could actually put real tobacco?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's not one of those vapes that you put the freaking Chinese liquid in.
No, it does not have Chinese.
Oh, okay.
It's very particular.
Oh, okay. That's different. Mind you, those vapes saved my freaking. I was a heavy smoker, and I got off smoking with vaping, and
Hold it like a binky, unless I'm nervous.
I was kind of like that for a long time, and then slowly, I just weaned myself off of it, and now it's just become Linus's blanket, where I have it in my pocket at all the time, but I never use it. But I have to have it with me.
I still carry a lighter. I'm like, you never know when you might need one.
Well, I carry a lighter too, only because sometimes I have to set somebody on fire. But
I smoke a lot of pot still, and sometimes I actually still smoke it.
I just started smoking pot after almost 40 years.
Wow.
I don't do it a lot, but I do it occasionally. I stopped smoking it when I was like, I don't know, 18, 19, so it's been more than 40 years.
See, I started smoking when I was 14, and I quit when I was 42.
Well, I quit after a few years of smoking it as a kid because it gave me heavy anxiety. It started giving me really bad anxiety, and so I just couldn't smoke it. And now I smoke it every once in a while. I enjoy a buzz, but I don't get the anxiety from it, so it's cool.
Yeah, I was really addicted to cigarettes, like super addicted. Like I would.
Yeah, me too.
I was gonna
Me
murder
too.
people if I didn't have cigarettes. Like, and I
People used to joke that they would say, first you see smoke, then you see the end of a cigarette, and behind that, generally, there's Louis.
I'm just glad I don't smell like an ashtray anymore, and my sense of smell came back, and
Yeah, me too.
things taste
Yep.
better, and I smell better.
How long has it been?
It's been almost 6 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like,
And
wow.
my skin was like, I was getting wrinkles, and I still have some like up here, but they're going away. I'm getting younger again.
Yeah, it'll dry you out, that's for sure.
Well, and I live in the desert, so it's like
Yeah,
we're
it doesn't help.
But the
Yeah,
best
smoking is a bad one.
oil, gotta have the oil. It's
Some
argan oil.
some good beef tallow is good for the skin.
Yeah, I use coconut butter. Like that's
Coconut oil is good too. Yeah, I use that for sex.
it's good to cook with.
Oh, it's the best lube for sex. There's nothing better. I learned that from my last girlfriend.
That's not Rocky in the picture. Rocky, where are you?
I don't know. Just fucking around.
Yeah. How have you been? Haven't seen you in a while. Like a week or so.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Cool.
I finally got my hydro pipe
Ooh.
connected.
So is it like a bong or something?
Hydro generator.
Oh,
It runs off my creek. It powers my
that's cool.
house.
That's so cool. You can do all sorts of stuff with that. You could run saws with that. You could all sorts of stuff.
I run
Charge
my whole house.
vibrators.
Yeah. So parallel systems. That's what yeah. So you're at your property that's like off grid.
Yep. Off
Awesome.
grid. 40
I want
acres.
one of those eventually.
I'm thinking about digging a cave.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. There's a guy that does them here in
Mm-hmm.
Mexico, up in the sandstone, and he makes these like crazy, like carved, like enclaves and like sculptures and things inside, and he just like does it all by himself on the weekends.
I'm going to use my excavator.
That's cool. That's even better.
Where are you, Rocky? What area of America?
The inland northwest.
Inland
Up in the rock.
Northwest, so like Idaho or something.
Montana.
Montana.
15 miles. 15 miles from Idaho. 15 miles from the Canadian border.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
Oh
you're
yeah,
On the
in Washington.
right by British Columbia.
Washington.
Sort of.
Yeah, in Washington.
We
Is
went to
Washington pretty free in terms of guns, weed, and all that shit?
Yeah, we have open carry. We can smoke weed, but they got a lot of permits that I don't really go by. I don't ask permission to do shit. I just do it.
Well, that's good. That's what a man should do.
Yeah, the hydro, you're supposed to get a permit. You're supposed to get a permit to put septic tank in. I never got a permit for none of that shit. But
Yeah, you now pretty soon over here in Canada, you need a permit to scratch your ass and a license to pick your nose.
yeah, that's why housing's so expensive. You need too many permits and you got to go by too many codes. They make it expensive.
You got to use the materials that they tell you to use. You got to fucking use yeah, it's all a bunch of shit. Even if you cut your own lumber, you can't use it to build a house with. I mean, I do. I do whatever the fuck I want. But my
If you
daughter
live
made
off
me a shirt. My
if
daughter
you live
made
off
me a
grid,
shirt. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go.
No, I was just saying my daughter made me a shirt with on the front of it saying as I identify as a building permit. On the back it says approved.
That's a good one. I need to get one of those.
I built her apartment. They want to renovate their house, so they had a big shop and they were going to live in the house while they renovated. I said, don't do that. Let's build a little apartment in your shop. You live in the apartment. You renovate the house. When you're done, you rent the apartment out and you have cash coming in every month. So I built, oh, but we need a permit. I didn't know you don't. You just build the fucking thing. So I built it. Now they live in it. And they're working on the house.
You can get
Yeah,
a
so there's
permit with a homeowner as a homeowner. You just,
they're promoting tiny house. They want everybody to live in a tiny house. So there's no permit as long as you have it on a trailer where you can move it, or as long as it's movable, then you don't need all these permits. And so it's kind of like they want you to
No,
live
they
in them.
don't. I don't believe they want you to live in tiny houses because there's a lot of. They're trying to make laws against them in a
we
lot
have
of places.
RVs
Oh,
too.
Like you
well,
can't
I
have
know
in a
that.
lot of places you can't have it on your property. You can have it on your property, but you can't live in it. So if you live in it and you're breaking some code or some policy or some statute or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah,
We live in a very
fuck that
it's
shit.
very rural neighborhood, and
Well, Elon Musk is trying to sell his little boxes.
I can make my own.
Yeah.
You can order
I
these.
think tiny houses are great. I
Yeah,
think they're
Yeah, I want to.
amazing.
I
yeah,
want
they're
to
really
start
cool.
building
I
them.
stayed in one in it's in there's a place over basically by the mountain north of here, and but it's like we're in the river valley, so you have to cross the river and then you like go up, but you can get there by the highway, and it's Placitas, and it's really beautiful. And we stayed in an Airbnb, um, and there's like wild mustangs, and it was a little tiny. They had built it as their daughter's, like whenever she got older, that was her room, private room. It had like a big clawfoot bathtub and a toilet and a little kitchenette, big bed. It was nice. Bookshelves filled with books. It's a nice little getaway.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool places like that. And it was just like small, one room, big closet, and but the bathtub was like right by the bed. It was cool. I was like, yeah, because we were renting a place, same street that I live on now, but we own this place, and it only had a standing shower, which sucks. I hadn't had a bath in like 2 years, only showers.
Huh? 2 years.
Yeah, or
Yeah,
more.
women like to have baths.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
I wouldn't
I
even care. I didn't, fuck the
yeah, I
bath,
don't have.
like.
I
I got
never have a bath.
it and tried to take a bath.
Oh, you took showers, not.
Women like to take baths. That's just a woman thing.
No, Rocky, she didn't wash herself for fucking 2 years.
I just took showers.
I thought she meant that she didn't take a bath for 2 years.
No, I'm not a savage.
Oh, that's okay. There's nothing like a musty pussy's good once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, look at Lubas. He hasn't washed himself in 3 years. He's all right.
Self-cleaning, and it's nothing that can be remedied with a washcloth and some water, because it's self-cleaning. I don't understand. Some women like go overboard with the hygiene. It's like,
That's what Lysol was originally invented for, was cleaning your pussy.
what?
Like,
Lycol?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lysol.
No way.
Lysol was not. It was
Fuck
made
off,
to
Max.
clean floors.
No, it seriously was. Yeah.
I don't believe you, man. You got to be fucking kidding me. Lysol?
It
Let me
was.
look it up for you.
Lysol fucking, are you serious? This shit fucking decaps stuff, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's the
yeah,
same formula.
because they wanted to make people infertile, probably.
Well, then they
Putting those poisons in them.
me and they sprayed me with DDT.
What's DDT?
It's to get rid of mosquitoes. It's
It's not legal anymore.
Yeah, it's
They don't
not.
use it anymore because it killed a shit ton of wildlife. It actually didn't kill the wildlife; it made them infertile.
And it gave
So
a
they
bunch of
couldn't-
people cancer too.
Yeah, so the animals couldn't breed, or the birds' eggs would come out soft. so they wouldn't hatch, and the rabbits could never breed. They would never have babies. So once the old ones died out, they were done, or whatever animals got it.
I literally remember standing waiting for the school bus, and they came by and just sprayed. It was like this big fog cloud, and I was just standing right in the middle of it. Like,
Oh God, you're lucky it didn't fucking kill you.
well, or maybe I'm just strong and adaptable. Maybe
How
I've
many
been
how
my
many children do you have?
times too, so I think I have a good immune system because for some
Uh,
reason, moderate amounts of toxins are good for you, your immune system at least. I do parasite cleanses and I fast and stuff too, so
There you go.
that helps. My mom is like a kitchen witch.
You
She's
want to
the
share screen there, OTW?
Yeah. There you go.
okay.
All right. For complete feminine hygiene, rely on Lysol, a concentrated germ killer. Shit. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. Oh,
See, this is the kind of shit that I think they did consciously to literally sterilize women and destroy their.
Surprised me. They made margarine to feed to turkeys to make them fatter, and it killed the turkey. So they flavored it with butter and gave it to us and told us it was healthy.
Yeah, I can't believe it's not butter.
Well, that's the whole seed oil industry was built. Like margarine was built on top of the seed oil industry. The whole seed oil industry was designed for what?
I like palm oil a lot, but I don't buy it.
Yeah, palm oil is not good either.
Yeah, palm oils aren't good. Nope, it's
No.
only naturally extracted oils are good. You know, for the body, like
Coconut oil is okay, but animal
coconut
fat is
oil,
the best.
olive oil. You got also sunflower seed oils. Okay,
No, sunflower seed oil is highly toxic.
that's not true. It's actually good
Oh,
for you.
guarantee you, it's highly toxic.
No. It's not. It's not. It's extracted
Got
naturally.
high
It's
levels
compressed.
of oxalates in it. Believe me.
You
it
look
up.
like a high level oxalate.
Well, okay, drink it. Drink it.
There's another one as well. Is
Lard, tallow, beef tallow, bear fat, any kind of animal fat is what you want to cook with.
Coconut oil is good though, and so is olive
yeah.
oil.
Coconut oil is okay, yes.
I can make
Actually, coconut oil is better than olive oil.
Yeah, it actually has a higher burning temperature, so you're not going to burn your
Yeah.
food, and it doesn't.
And also, the olive oil does have oxalates and another type of toxin. I forget what it's called now.
Not the extra virgin olive oil is actually it's all right.
Yeah, but it has oxalates in it. It comes with it naturally. But anyways, whatever. It's not as bad as seed oils or canola oils. Any kind of seed,
Yeah,
any oil that comes from
canola,
a seed.
vegetable oil is terrible. Palm.
A pumpkin seed is still a seed. When you extract oil from a seed, you have to do it with highly toxic chemicals.
That's not true. They do it naturally with the fucking sunflower
No,
seeds. They
no.
press them. They
No.
yes, they press
most
them.
of
It's
them are
cold.
corn oil.
It's cold press.
They can't get enough oil out of them to cold
They
press.
cold press the sunflower
Yeah.
seeds.
Yeah, I guarantee you, they're maybe doing a little bit of it, and then the rest of it, they're using hexene and butane to get the rest of the oil out, and then mixing it in.
Is not is. I mean,
Too many seeds are toxic for you.
Seeds are designed to be toxic.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
It's like
they're
olives are actually had to have.
So the bugs don't eat them.
What
that's
is it?
right.
Strychnine in
Have you guys been learning this recently over?
Rocky, I don't know if you realized Zafir was saying something. You like blatantly just cut her off like she didn't even exist.
It's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Zafir.
It's because he's a chauvinist pig.
Shut up, Lou.
No, he's being polite, and you were interrupting, but I didn't care. I don't even need people to hear what I say. Just nod and smile.
That's okay. Rocky felt insulted and decided to leave.
He's got a short fuse sometimes. I like him though. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is nice. I have nothing against Rocky, except for the fact that he believes too much in religion there. Besides that, I'm good.
I don't care that he does. He
Nothing wrong with
calls
that.
all sorts of names. I don't care. Because I'm a witch. But we get along now.
Yeah, but I like better witches than religiotards.
Yeah, but OTW, there's people out there that believe the frequencies can control your mind.
No, that's actually stated scientific facts. You're the one who doesn't believe it.
Oh, so you believe the religion.
It's absolute. Science is not settled.
Well, I mean,
that you're a science religionist.
so you're telling me they can send you through your freaking little apparatus in your car, a little radio, music, information, light up the screen, tell you where the fuck you're going, the whole fucking kit and caboodle, and they can't send frequencies? Like they're already, the frequencies are already there, Lubas. All they're doing is coming up with technologies to be able to manipulate those frequencies. And if you think we're not
radio waves and microwaves are not frequencies. They have a frequency.
Good God. A wave is a frequency.
A
wave is a frequency, Lou.
They have a frequency. They are not frequencies.
Yeah, they have
a Christ. Did you hear that, Max?
I did. I'm telling you.
A wave is a result of the fucking frequency, Lou. The frequency creates waves. It's like I don't know. Anybody want to explain this to Lou? Because I can't.
Maybe he has disruption of the right temporal junction. Transcranial magnetic stimulation reduces the role of beliefs and moral judgment.
That's what he had. Great diagnostic, Max. Marvelous. Great job.
You deserve a gold star. That was good.
Yeah, I like this. This is great. That really defines Lou Bass.
That was pretty clever, though.
Yeah, disruption of the right temporal junction. Hey, I mean, hey.
You can believe some of the weird shit that happens if you have a little bit of brain damage. I think everybody that's enlightened probably has a moderate amount of brain damage because it causes your brain to like grow into different areas that it normally wouldn't. I'm blind, so I've got some weird wiring. And that's the problem.
I'm practically blind too, so my brain rewired itself somehow. Yeah.
What do you mean you're blind?
Without my glasses, I can see like this close in front of my face. Everything else.
Wow, that's even worse than me. I could see from. Well, look, everything is a blur, but it's just I can't see details. That's all.
Yeah, I can't see details either. I'm nearsighted.
Yeah.
I have football-shaped eyes.
And that's not
same here. I
repairable?
got football-shaped eyes too. That's funny you say that. So
What's really
that
weird
means
is
that you have to have like when you're wearing contact lenses, you have to have the ones that have weights at the bottom, so they always stay in the right position, so they don't.
Yeah, they have a little line that weights them down, and they're actually made custom for the shape of my eye because the normal ones will just pop right out.
Yeah.
They won't stay on.
Yeah.
My glasses, these are my like spares, and they're like relatively light, but my other ones are like big. Those are like my good ones that I drive with. I was driving around with I hadn't gotten my prescription in like 7 or 8 years.
Wow.
And I was driving, and I think I was doing it with the other visual circuit that you have in your brain, the old one that senses motion and
Right.
stuff. I think I was driving with that. I'm pretty sure.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I spent a number of years without my prescription. When I got my prescription, I was like, oh my God, I can see.
Did you
And
cry? Looked in the mirror because you were like so much older. You were like,
Oh my God, no, I didn't. Well, actually, that I realized, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to focus on that. Um, but what I did do is get myself a pair of sunglasses with my prescription so I can drive because my eyes hurt like hell because of the sunlight.
Yeah, I got anti-glare coating on my other glasses, my driving glasses, and then I got these are really cool because these frames have these little magnets right here, and I have a bunch of like frames that snap on.
Oh, well, that's
Have
cool.
you considered LASIK eye surgery?
No, I don't want to do it because I'm an artist, and part of my artistic process, I have polychromatic vision too, so it's like I see more colors than most people, and so
Yeah,
even
but
though
if
it's
you could see better, wouldn't you see more
no,
color?
because I don't really need to see any better.
I had a friend, he was an employee of mine years ago that wore these glasses that were like, man, they were like Coke bottles. Without them, he was like literally
I sleep with mine on
unable.
because if I can't find them in the morning, I have to go around and gently touch everything. And,
Yeah, he
so
was unable to function without his glasses, and he went to LASIK eye surgery. And I went to pick him up, and he was literally crying on the way home, saying, "I cannot believe the world looks so amazing." Like he didn't realize because he was sitting like this from a kid. He says, "I cannot believe how beautiful the world." He was crying, literally crying, because I had to drive him home. They wouldn't let him drive, and he was crying about how amazing the world looked. And that was like he just had it done like 2 hours ago.
plus, whenever I go outside, and it's really clear sky, in the middle of nowhere, I can look up and my eyes, I swear, the light bends back at a certain point, so that it's like I have a telescope on my face without my glasses.
It's cheap now, LASIK eye surgery.
Yeah,
A couple of grand, you can do it.
I don't ever spend that much money on anything.
Yeah, but that's because you don't have it.
No,
I'm just kidding.
I've been self-employed for almost 18 years.
What do you do?
I used to do handy person stuff and personal assisting for a photographer and house cleaning and just I don't like to do like the same thing all the time, so I had a bunch of odd jobs.
Good.
And then a few years ago, about 5 years ago, I started going downtown on the weekends when it was warm and setting up a table and busking. I read tarot cards. So I've been doing that for like 5 years.
And people pay you to do
Oh,
that?
yeah. I'm very good. I've been reading since I was 14. So
Do me an OTW reading.
I could.
Okay, let's do it. You have to see me, or how does this
I,
work?
I don't have to see you, but you have to come up with a question. Do not tell me the question. I do not need to know the question. But it should ideally be the most important thing for you to know. So if you know what that is, then you can concentrate on it for 30 seconds. Once I
Oh,
get set up,
hold on. I
just
have
think.
to say that again. I wasn't really listening. Sorry.
Okay, so you have to come up with a question. Do not tell me the question under any circumstances. You keep it in your head.
Okay. A
Okay.
question about anything?
Oh, no, yeah, it can be anything, but it should ideally be the most important thing that you need to know because that's probably what's going to get answered. That's usually what gets answered. But
The most important thing, like in my life, you mean?
that
Or
that think about what the most important thing for you to know is, and if you can come up with that while I'm setting up, then that'll be great.
fuck, there's two of them I have in my head, but I don't know.
Two at the same time, but it might be a little bit hazy. But I've
Okay,
been
I'm gonna just go on one.
yeah,
Okay.
whichever one is
Um,
important. But wait, just I have to light the incense. I have to find my lighter, and
okay.
um
Tell,
then
tell me when to think about it.
and then my cards are right here, so I have to clear my cards. Oh, there's a lighter. I just had it. See, I was like, where did it go?
I know you'll like this, but
Yeah.
What do you think of my moon bed?
Oh, that's cool. I have to look at the screen on the TV. I have a bigger TV and I can actually see way better. But it's a little delayed. That's cool. It's like the big moon with the craters and everything. That's cool. It's all 3D.
Yeah, I made it out of
I
a
have
bunch of
a
scraps.
disco ball. See?
A what?
A disco ball.
Oh, disco ball.
I actually have a disco bunny too, and a disco spider, and a disco cup that I just got. Okay, so incense is lit.
Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Take your time. I gotta clear the cards anyways.
I want you to do me after.
I will. For sure. I did flow states, I did grid, I did CJ, Sasquatch.
Wow.
I read for quite a few people. Oh, and Mel, of course, Mel Pandora.
Oh my
In
goodness.
Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, she took down the video.
Yeah.
I wanted to review it too, which kind of sucks because I wanted to review my own reading.
Do you realize that that story is still going around, right? People
Yeah,
are
I know.
still talking
You know
about this.
why? We know why, because she hasn't actually given anybody the chance to confront her about anything. She just disappeared and yeah. Everybody else can come and face the music. I got up there. I wonder what sign he is.
He's the sign of the donkey.
No,
No,
no, I'm not.
I tried.
What month are you born? What's your
I was
birthday?
born October.
So you're probably a Scorpio
Libra.
or a Libra. Oh, Libra. My guy's a Libra. 29th of September.
I am the 19th.
So you're close to the cusp. Okay.
I was born on the year of the rabbit.
Yep. I am a snake, a fire snake, and my guy is a wood snake. Perfect. And Libras are awesome. I love Libras so much.
I'm Aries.
Yeah, see, and my last long-term 17 years was Aries, and the one before that was 11 years, and Gemini. So I got air sign training, and I got the cardinal sign training, and then now I'm with the cardinal air sign.
Wow.
So it's pretty awesome. So what I usually do is I go through and I pick like 3 cards, and then I'll show them to you, and basically this will be the card that will represent you in the reading. And I only have one more. There we go. That's good. So I'm going to show you these one at a time, and you can pick whichever one you like the best. That's the Libra card.
Are you watching, Lou?
Yeah, I'm watching.
So that's
Okay,
the
hold on.
Libra.
I'm gonna put you full screen. Hold on a second.
Okay, yeah, do that. It's better.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where? There it is.
No,
Okay,
that's
there you go.
there. Okay.
See, that's the
All
Libra.
right.
That's the Libra card. You
Okay.
can also picked this one, which is the Universe card.
Okay.
And then I picked the Knight of Cups.
Wow.
I gotta. I
Those
just
are nice
feel
cards.
I feel the Universe card.
The Universe card. Cool. Okay.
That's the one that I just
Yeah,
kind
I
of
did a
felt
painting of that
more.
one before. I've done a
You did it?
painting of a few of them, and the last one I did was the Wheel of Fortune card. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is you have your question in your mind, right? And you're ready to concentrate for about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Hey, that's asking a lot.
It might not take that long. I just basically I shuffle the cards 3 times and then I cut the cards.
So you
And
tell me when to start.
so I'm going to ask the universe to answer your question completely, succinctly, and with ease. I'm going to think about nothing. You're going to focus on your question in whatever way it makes you comfortable, and I will tell you when I'm done.
Okay.
Man, I should have played some Jeopardy music while we were waiting. Dum bum 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 dum bum bum dum bum 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 bum. All right, I'm joking around.
Oh, I'm cutting the cards now. I always pick the middle pile, and then I'm going to lay them out, and we'll see what your answer is. Oh, ooh, Chariot. Wow, all trump cards so far. This is crazy. All trump cards. And that's the first not trump card. That's wow. So this is a really important question, obviously, and very good outcome. And the outcome is actually the only thing that is in a major position that is a non-trump card. So basically, like, you don't have to worry about whatever is going to happen, like, because it's going to end up this way anyways. And it's like totally like, we'll start at that end because it's happiness, which is the 10 of cups, which is like, that is, or it's the 9 of cups. It's almost the best like emotional card that you can get.
Wow.
So the other one is like you could get the 10 of Pentacles, which is like abundance. Which
Hey, you might
that's
sell that
Well,
farm, Lou.
I might.
it's
What does
good.
it mean? The trump cards. What does that mean? You were
Trump
saying.
cards are like more fate, so they're like things that you really can't change. So there's nothing really for you to change.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Um,
Because
it's
that's what it
there's
feels like.
Yeah, well, and the atmosphere of the question was the Hanged Man, which is like that's Odin. He's hanging upside down, getting wisdom. Um,
Hmm.
and basically, you're gonna be where you are for a while, but then the Chariot card right here, this is like the crux of the question, like maybe going somewhere eventually.
Hmm.
Um, And then in the past, having to do with the situation, a Libra card comes up in the far past. That is basically like you knew who you were quite a while back and things were settled. The world is like the way as it should be. That's the Aeon.
Hmm.
And then going forward, the High Priestess. Um, I could interpret this a couple of ways, but because I also have the Queen of Wands. Are you married?
No.
You're not married. Okay,
No.
so
He has a
there,
girlfriend.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
a hardworking person, very good person, lady, fiery. But I think that this is actually your inner divine feminine form. That would be
Hmm.
like because as it's very that's moon energy, so like getting your emotions balanced, this person can help you with that.
See,
That you
That's
have to
very interesting.
that explains why you're a bitch, Lou.
you have to overcome the fact
Yes.
that they're trying to control you because they're not trying to control you. They're just trying to help you.
That's funny you say that. I literally was listening to oh my God, what's that philosopher's name again today?
See, this is what you think she is, and she is actually much warmer.
Well, that's yeah. That might be some residual past.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know if I feel. Yeah,
you
I
know
see
what
what
though?
you're saying.
Everybody around you thinks that you can work it out. Everybody feels
Oh,
very confident, including you and your partner.
yeah. A lot of people are kind of talking like that. around
And
us.
card, the hope card is Scorpio, and that's like that's the death card, but it means it's a new beginning. Like,
Hmm.
and
That's definitely happening right now
so you
in
have
my
to.
life.
I mean, and that is that's your next lesson is like the past is done. You're starting something new, and it's going to end up with happiness. Um, wow. I don't even think I need to do any clarifiers. Did it answer your question? Is the thing.
Yeah, it really did. Yeah, it
Good.
really did.
Yeah. See, and it's much better if I don't know the question because the cards tell me the answer. I can do it without the cards, but it's a little bit more complicated, and people just don't. They like the authority that the cards have, and it's just like
The
a
the girl I'm seeing actually, she does. She has a bunch of these cards. I think they're more like the Kabbalah type cards,
oh, yeah. I
or
have the hermetic. Um,
yeah, Hermetics or whatever. I don't know exactly
I
much
also
about
have
them, but
the conjunction tarot trumps, which I got
and
from this
all
lovely magician in lady in Austria.
yeah. And lately we've done the cards a few times, and it always comes out very similar to what you just did, or sound
That's
like very yeah. That's pretty weird.
very clear reading. But I haven't read in a while because the weather's been too cold, and I don't have a lot of online clients. Although I would be open to it if anybody wants a reading, they can go to my YouTube and send me a message or Discord.
Do YouTube live and just do little mini readings on YouTube live, and then
Yeah,
people will you can
probably.
give them your information, and they'll ask you if they want something more in depth.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
just
Yeah, you can like while you're doing your YouTube lives, you can do like general readings, like
yeah,
yeah,
general readings.
a
Yeah,
reading, let's say for each astrological sign, and then that would
yes.
compel people to want to pay to get read, right? So that's how you'd monetize that.
see, and I don't necessarily need to monetize it. I think, and I don't want to necessarily I like to do the readings in person. I like to do them online too, but it's like, I don't know.
Well, you
I
just do it when it's cold online. That's all.
I'm
And
not
when it's warm,
doing
you go out.
advertising, and I have better ideas for what I'm going to do a show on YouTube about.
Oh, okay.
Because there's too much competition. Have you seen how many people are doing tarot readings online on
Oh
YouTube?
No,
yeah, there's a lot.
I haven't
I
looked.
I've been watching some of them lately. I've been getting kind of into the astrology thing lately.
Like to pick a card or pick a pile readings because those are like timeless. It's crazy because I've had some like that I did two of them like from different channels that were from like one of them was from 4 years ago, and I just did the pick a pile, and then I did a pick a pile on another channel that was like more recent, and they said almost the exact same thing. I was like,
Wow.
it's so weird.
Okay, my turn. My turn.
What is your sign?
I'm Aries.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a little bit blonde, so forgive me. I'm bad with names too, so I recognize people by their inherent being. That's what I tell them.
It's hard to forget OTW.
Yeah. I always think on the way. Is it on the way? No.
Yeah,
What'd you say your name was?
it's on the way to out of this world.
What'd you say your name was, OTW?
OTW.
Oh,
My actual name is Becky though.
That's my daughter's name.
That's so weird. I love it. Freaking everyday synchronicities. It's great. So I'm going through and I'm picking out three cards, but I'm having a okay, there was one right there. I got one more to pick. Let's go there. Okay, so I've got three cards. I did one knight, a fiery knight of wands.
Okay.
I've also got the emperor because that is the Aries card.
Okay.
And then I also picked the art card, which is that is basically alchemy.
Wow, that's a hard choice to make. I mean, those three cards are really tempting. All three of them.
Well, take your time. I'm going to clear the cards.
I think the one that spoke to me the most, I think, was the alchemy one.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Put the other ones back in the deck, and I'm going to do the clearing real quick. And then, do you have a question in mind?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're ready, you can focus on your question in your head in whatever way makes you comfortable. You can imagine the situation. You can imagine writing it down on a piece of paper. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. And then I will ask the universe to answer your question completely, succinctly, and with ease. I'm going to think about nothing. You're going to focus on your question, and I'll tell you when I'm done.
I am focusing.
Good. I didn't have to remind you.
Totally focused.
Focus, focus. Okay, I'm cutting the cards.
I'm like P900 Nikon focused. Totally. Like.
All right. Ew. This is a good atmosphere card to pull. That is like Excalibur, it's the Ace of Swords. That means that there's something that you were brought to this world specifically that only you can do.
Wow. Okay.
And the crossing is luxury. Whatever that is. That's interesting.
Yes, it is.
Oh, you got some trump cards here too.
Okay.
Oh, this is why you're getting a reading. Oh, yes. So we're definitely going to have to do some more cards laid down on that because they're changeable, thankfully. But the two future cards are not ideal. But they end up in success. That's so weird. So you might have to go through some disappointment and defeat. Oh, to get to your success. But I'm gonna lay out some okay, so we got science, virtue, and the Queen of Wands. So are you partnered?
You mean if I have like a life partner with me, right? Yes, I do.
Yes. Okay. What sign is she? Fire sign too?
Oh God, what? Oh boy. Leo.
Oh, yep. That would be a fire sign. And there's a cheetah next to this lady. It's the same one that he got. So, but then these are clarifiers. So, does she have an idea for something? Maybe like I'm looking. It doesn't look like because it's luxury and something you're supposed to do, and there's success, emotion, strength, and completion. Okay, so something. It has to do something with you wanting things to be done with something.
Okay.
And so there you don't have any fear attached to this at all. The fate but there's a higher fate hope along with your regular hope for things to be done, and that is that it's emotion, and that is a Pisces card, the moon.
Okay.
And so that could also represent, that would be like deep emotions, and like you could even say like family bonds and things like that, because it's like really deep. And then the success is just the 6, so that's where it's headed. But I'm going to do clarifiers on that one too, because I'm going to find out. Okay, so younger lady and a younger boy, probably brother, sister. Do you have 2 kids?
I have a daughter and she has 2 sons.
Oh, okay, that makes sense because there's these are Princess of Swords and Prince of Swords. So masculine and feminine, both very. I always say that the Princess of Swords is like Joan of Arc, and
Okay.
the Prince of Swords is like Arthur, sort of.
All right.
Yeah, and but they're very impetuous. So you're gonna have to. That's probably what that is. Is that you're gonna go. They're gonna learn some lessons first,
Okay.
and but this is ultimately success. I'm gonna go back through these cards that I passed over, which were in the past cards. And this is the Fool in the far past, which is like basically you've kind of always like gone by the seat of your pants and very like good person. Uh and then there's the Star, which is Aquarius, and that's just recently we've gone into the age of Aquarius. So I'm saying that it's going to be an indicator of that things will shift into Aquarius as they should. But there's going to be some disappointment and defeat. But there's a plan that I would say your partner would probably know more about. Because we've got a Six of Swords, which is science, which is like a plan. And then we've got Virtue, which is like it can be done. And this person, this is your person, I'm guessing, because that's definitely a very Leo-ish card. Will be able to figure out what the thing is to do. I wish I had more details. Got it's abundance, something new, and yeah, you're the boss though. So you have to sort of like, I guess, give her the reins on it a little bit more. Maybe that would be what I would say because I know how hard that is because you're an Aries. But Leo's, she could eat you. Like,
Yeah.
so it should be so comfortable. She doesn't eat you though. I mean, it's like my ex, he was a rat, born year of the rat, and I'm a snake. So I would I totally could have eaten him.
Well, 77. What is that year? I think it's the year of the snake as well, isn't it? Yeah.
77, yep, snake.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what are you?
I'm 77 in
What is she?
April.
Yeah, and what is she?
Oh, she's 84. 84 Leo.
Yeah, but I mean with Chinese it's different.
Oh, I don't know her Chinese sign at all.
So it goes 12 years, so not quite 12 years. So that would probably be, I bet you she's probably going to be an ox or a rabbit.
Huh.
Maybe a dog. I don't know. I don't know the years for sure on Chinese, but I know there's 12 years. You could look it up though. But yeah, it seems like it had to do with your daughter and her kids and the plan and how things are going with that. Is that right?
Well, I mean, I have a plan, but I mean, I have mentioned the plan. Yeah, I have mentioned the plan to the daughter. If it's going to follow through or not, I mean, I think I agree with you when you say they're going to have to learn shit or go through some stuff before they end up realizing that what I proposed was the best option, and that's how we should move forward.
It'll happen when it feels like to me that it will happen when the older child that is a boy is more part of that decision making process or like able to participate.
Okay, it's interesting.
So you might have to be patient there, but
I would have a lot to teach the youngsters.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and see, maybe that's the cue in then is like if you can maybe sort of influence them so that they put a little pressure on her.
Right. Interesting. I really like this tarot reading. It was cool.
Yeah. Some people don't. They think it's total bullshit, but I've made people cry that did not believe in it. Pretty crazy.
No, but it was fun. You tapped into things that were like, no, man, you couldn't have known that. You could. It's like, yeah, okay. But I'm the type of guy who I don't like using the term believe, but I know that there are mediums out there. I know that there are people that can actually they have it. You know what I'm saying? I know it's true because I was shown. It was shown to me. I don't know how to explain that one, but anyway.
Well, I do. I had an epiphany whenever I was going through my Saturn return. Basically, like, I was an atheist before that, self-declared, but I guess my subconscious was agnostic because I had, like, literally, like, it felt like God touched my head. All the light came out. I was not on drugs. I always have to qualify that with that statement. But yeah, and everything spoke to me for like 3 days. And
I've had some similar well, actually, that's when I tuned into all this. Is like 7 years ago, 8 years ago now. And I could even tell you when. It was like somewhere around the middle of October.
For me, it was actually, I had 2 steps. One of them, well, 3. One of them was the epiphany itself, and then after 3 days, I was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? There's no way that I can function in the world like this. Am I gonna be a nun or what? You know, like, I was seriously considering going being a nun.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, I turned into a guru for all like 2 years. Well, I went full friggin' vegan, fruitarian. I do seriously. It was like one hell of a
overcorrection.
Oh, it was a 180-degree shift. Like I went from like this Neanderthal to all of a sudden a guy with a brain and spiritual awareness and
then you had to come.
Yeah, and then slowly coming back down off of that that roller coaster because what goes up must come down, right? So
yeah, an equilibrium is
and
always.
I'm 8 years later, and still it's like I'm not the same guy I was before that happened, right?
Yeah,
I still have that awareness. It's all still there. It's just now I'm used to it. You know, I can deal with it better.
I have such vivid memories, but I can't really describe any of them in a way that is anything close to what the experience was, because it was like literally I could see back and forward through time and everything was perfect. Like it made perfect sense that everything was the way that it was, and like my senses were heightened, but it was very overwhelming. Like
I experienced time traveling, which I thought was my imagination until I ended up realizing that no, I actually projected myself there. I was tripping. I couldn't believe it. You know, I was like, oh my God, this is what I did.
Yeah, I was a weird kid. Like my mom got electricity passed through her body when she was in the 3rd trimester with me, and I think I don't know what happened, but she just told me about this year. But yeah, that explains a lot. I was a weird kid and I saw lots of stuff as a kid, and my mom, she kind of knew that I was different. I was the only child. So I basically didn't she left me to sort it out, and I could astral project, and I was lucid dreaming. I didn't even know that other people couldn't lucid dream until my mom bought a book and told me. Like I picked up the book and I was like, what the hell? What do you mean you have to practice to do that? I thought everybody could do this. It was just had no idea. But yeah, so after the 3rd day, I was like, oh my God, how am I going to survive? Back to the story. And so I went to sleep, and whenever I woke up in the morning, it was gone. It was normal. And I was like, at first I was like relieved, and then I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to have that again. And I just like really, really sad. And so I spent like 2 years trying to figure out how to get back into that state again. And I did. I figured it out. I programmed in, like, I have neuro-linguistic triggers that are synchronistically cued. And I have installed them in my brain. And then about 4 years ago, I decided I was gonna try unconditional love, half everyone, and I was talking to my friend Bella, and she was like, "Well, what about your ego? I mean, that counts you, right?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I can't kill my ego anymore." What the fuck? Oh,
No,
I
you
guess
gotta live. You need your ego. It's
well,
it's an essential part of who you are.
it always grows back, but I was treating it kind of badly, and so I had to figure out a way to get it to behave because it likes to be up in front and it has nothing to do and it's bored. And I'm a Mercury Virgo, so like I'm in my head a lot. My brain doesn't stop ever. And so I just had to give it another job. That's what I decided to do. Because my friend Bella pointing it out, she was only 18 at the time. I was like, oh my God, she's so smart. I would have never figured that out on my own. But yeah, so don't give up on these kids because some of these kids are pretty freaking amazing. The millennials are, I think everybody is undercutting them, underestimating them.
Well, they do. Well, the way I see them, they have like this
They're way more psychic.
careless kind of attitude, you know?
Can you blame them?
Nothing really matters, really.
Because it doesn't seem to matter to anybody else. That's what they grew up in. It was ubiquitous to them. There was like water that they were swimming in. I mean, think about it. We've been in war the entire time that they've been alive, almost the entire time I've been alive.
Yeah.
And yeah, we were a little bit too easy on them sometimes.
Yeah.
So they're a little entitled. I just had to sit down and talk to mine because I have one kid that is trans as an adult, my youngest, and basically was like getting all offended because of the pronouns thing. And I was like, well, excuse me, you didn't tell me. It's like, and it's going to be a little bit of a hurdle for me to reprogram something that deep seated in my program. So you're gonna have to be patient with me. I'm gonna try. You could put a little name badge on. It will remind me to call you by your preferred pronouns.
Right, but see, I don't think that'll ever happen in my case, honestly. To tell you the truth,
he goes by bitch.
My son has a mustache now. 5'9", taller than me by far. So it's not too much of a leap. And I just care that they're happy. And they seem happy, so gotta love my kid.
of course. I mean,
yep. And my oldest, only 4'10", and she's a teaching assistant or a substitute teacher. She's doing really well. She lives in Michigan. My other one lives in Olympia, Washington. So not far from Rocky. Manages a Starbucks. Very trendy.
So Lubas, what are you doing right now, man?
I'm playing with myself.
Okay.
Like you have like a clone or something?
Yeah, he's right here beside me. I'm jacking him off.
We did not need to know that.
It's like this guy is terrible, man.
No, I'm getting ready to go to bed.
Yeah, you're right. I'm also getting ready to wrap it up. I mean, the
Thanks
audience
for the reading.
has fled back off to all the other broadcasters that are live right now. So it is Friday night.
All right, OTW.
All right,
Go
man.
fuck
You know
yourself,
what?
Okay.
Hey, don't ever say that to me, you freaking. Freaking Ontarian.
Oh my goodness.
What did he say?
Nothing. I just like
Oh.
I wanted to beat him up with my
You're
baseball bat.
dramatic.
Yeah. Spice it up a little.
I'm down with that. Would you believe I listen to gangster rap and Romanian gangster rap?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know how crazy you are, but
Well, I don't know. Gangster rap. I've come up with a couple of songs lately. Here's here. Oh well, look at this. Here's one. I'm not gonna play that one. It's too controversial. I think it hits too close to home as well. So no, I'm not gonna play that one.
see, and I could play a song, and what's really crazy is it lets me play it on the TV, and the music, it doesn't ever get copyrighted.
Oh, that's cool.
Did you know that?
No, well, it's okay. I come up with my own music. I actually started producing some songs with AI.
That's cool. I've been doing some art.
Here's one that pertains to policy enforcement. The police. Here, listen to this.
Protect who? Serve what? You break us, then preach law. You don't keep peace. You manufacture war.
Flashing lights ain't safety, it's a threat. They show up late or they show up with death. Call them for help, but they circle like sharks. Badge and a gun don't mean they got heart. You said just comply, but we still got shot. Said few bad apples, then you fed the rot. Law and order more like fear and control. Your uniform's clean, but your conscience cold. We got trauma in the streets, you patrol like prey. You ain't protecting, you just getting paid. Militarized minds with no peace in sight. All armored up, but scared of a flashlight. Who do you serve? Who do you protect? You silence the voice and you cash the check. Who's got the gun? Who's in the vest? You kneel on the neck and they call it respect. We ain't forget, we don't forgive. We want the truth, not how you live. This ain't reform, this is resist. We take the streets, we raise the fist. They got tanks for the protest, zip ties for kids, but can't stop a shooter in the school they hid. Blue wall of silence, that's a gang in disguise, but we the thugs, right? We the ones that despise. You badge up with pride while the system decays. How many walk free after taking a life away? Put community on your squad car lie, but treat us like suspects till the day we die. Don't talk peace, you brought the riot gear. Don't say protect when you weaponize fear. Truth hurts worse than a baton to the ribs, but this time we document the whole world lives. Who do you serve? Who do you protect? You silence the voice and you cash the check. Who's got the gun? Who's in the vest? You kneel on the neck and they call it respect. We ain't forget, we don't forgive. We want the truth, not how you live. This ain't reform, this is resist. We take the streets, we raise the fists. They say justice is blind, but she peeks through her veil. Sees blue first, lets the rest rot in jail. You can't heal a wound by ignoring the pain. You can't clean the badge without scrubbing the stain. Protect who? Serve what? We the people. You forgot.
Very good. That was AI. You wrote the lyrics or what? What program?
I use multiple AI tools to come up with this song. But yeah, it was hard work, but at the same time, it was like actually a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
Wrote a few comic books, like small comic books. Basically, I have I would say that it's probably an egregore or a tulpa that is like a squid sort of, but it's higher dimensional and iridescent clear, and it helps me like do things through the computer and with my brain. It's very crazy. Yes, I'm serious. But yeah. So where was I going with that?
I don't know, but speaking of computers, I got one here. It's this. synopsis of this song is about the technology, and it's pretty much in the same theme of the broadcast today too. But you were about to say something?
Oh yeah, I was saying that was I made it into a character in my comic book and so I wrote a comic book, and then I've done some AI art, and then I have a program for my MacBook that is like actually it turns video into animated video.
Okay.
And it's AI, and I bought it. That was some of my investment of my unemployment money.
Huh.
So,
great investment, in my opinion.
Yeah, I bought a lot of art supplies as well.
I have a lot of that, believe me.
Yeah, I bought a laser engraver. It's
Ooh.
Really, yeah,
Nice.
I can make like big ones. And then I bought my laptop and some software and stuff, and a whole setup to do podcasts because I had an idea. I was going to have a show that was called Flip the Simp Switch, and it was going to be finding guys that are simps and and reforming them.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I think that they have good intentions, and I think that they think that they're doing a good thing, like they're trying to help, but they just don't realize, it's a very small change that it would take to make them better people.
All right. Well, look, I'm about to wrap this up. I really enjoyed you being here. Thanks for coming.
Awesome.
So I'm going to play us out with one of my other AI songs. Like I said, it pertains to the topic today. How, the title is Last Human Standing. So enjoy, folks. We're wrapping it up. Say bye-bye. Ta-ta for now. TTFN.
See you later. Love you.
I won't beat you off the stage. Well, actually, I lied.
Oh my goodness!
I'm so bad. I'm so bad. All right, I'm playing this last song, and after that, we're going to wrap it up. So enjoy, folks.
I woke up in a world where the canvas talks back. Brush replaced by code, soul lost in a stack. Pain's now a plugin, dreams get designed. Algorithms write bars while we fall out of line. Jobs got erased like chalk on the board. Now it's bots in the booth and drones with the sword. Factories empty, just flicker and hum. 100 years of work, gone in a run. You think it's progress, I call it a trap. Synthetic smiles while they draw the map. Identity's hacked, reality's fake. We scroll through illusions and call it awake. This ain't sci-fi, it's life in decay. Steel hearts rise while the real ones fade. We traded our spark for comfort and screens. Now we're ghosts in a glitch, trapped in machines. But I still bleed truth, still spit in the storm. Still human, still loud, still beautifully worn. So if this world ends with Silicon Kings, I'll die on my feet, not a puppet on strings. They said AI writes better, cool, let it try. But it ain't felt hunger, it ain't watched mama cry. It don't know loss, don't wrestle with fate. It mimics the soul, it don't create. Y'all sold your voice for some viral fame. Let a cold code ghost put your face in the game. Now deep fakes talk and your legacy's bent, while you tweet your extinction for clicks and rent. They erase the artist, replace the grind. Put prompt over pain, replace mind with the line. Now we praise the machine like it walked on waves, while real minds rot in digital graves. This ain't sci-fi, it's life in decay. Steel hearts rise while the real ones fade. We traded our spark for comfort and screens. Now we're ghosts in a glitch, trapped in machines. But I still bleed truth, still spit in the storm. Still human, still loud, still beautifully worn. So if this world ends with Silicon Kings, I'll die on my feet, not a puppet on strings. Let them build their empire in code and chrome. But don't forget, it was us who taught it tone. We the chaos, we the muse. We the ones it can't quite use. Not yet, not fully. Not while we still speak.
All right, y'all. This is OTW signing out for today, coming at you from the belly of the beast. Peace.
Yeah. Turn that broadcast up. You know the name. Say it loud. OTW. Let's go. Came from the static, flame in the tone. Crashing through the signal, now they all feeling blown. This ain't no stream, it's a throne on loan. An OTW in the zone alone. No cap, no script, no safe format. Just facts, just wrath, yeah they swing like that. Every word hit heavy like a baseball bat, while the rest sounds sweet like a TikTok brat. I ain't here for the clout, I'm here for the war. OTW kicking down every front door. No breaks, no breaks, this broadcast raw. Make the net look small like an iPhone 4. OTW, we breaking through. Static in the sky, got the whole world glued. This, that heat you can't undo. Speakers might crack when we pass through. OTW, you feel that boom. Sound so live, it'll shake the room. Don't blink, don't test, make space, make room. Cause the wave too loud, it'll seal your doom. Slick till the feed goes live, then they freeze on cam while the kings survive. OTW, don't blink, don't fake, don't jive. They the pulse in the storm, the reason you dive. I seen the clones try to ride that name, but the soul ain't there, just hype and shame. Every bar, every flame, every claim they tame, while OTW wild like untamed flames. So salute the cast, respect the sound. They orbit the top, never touching the ground. You tuned in now, better write that down. Cause OTW don't play with clowns. OTW, we breaking through. Can't cage the fire when the code that true. No fake vibes, no trying to woo. We burn the mic just to light your view. OTW, ain't nothing new. Been next level since the debut. One shot, one stream, whole world in queue. This broadcast hit like a sonic boom. Cut the feed if you can't stand flame. OTW ain't part of your game. They speak what the rest too scared to name, and they rise from the ash like it's nothing strange. OTW, say it true. Broadcast kings, ain't nothing to prove. They don't chase likes, they just break rules. While your faves fold up like cheap ass tools. OTW, this ain't no fluke. They build what others try to reboot. From the ground to the stars, yeah the voice is brute. One truth, one name, OTW salute. They don't know, but they gon' learn. OTW stay live every damn turn.